Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Good morning, honorable members.
Good morning, Chair.
Morning, Chair.
Morning,
Good morning,
Princess.
Chairperson.
Morning, Chair.
Morning, honorable members. Let me officially open the meeting and welcome you all to this second day of our PPRA receiving presentations from entities and the department with regard to their annual plan. The meeting is officially open and you are welcome. Secretary, can we see the proposed agenda?
Good morning, Chair. Here's the agenda, and good morning to everybody in the platform.
Here's the agenda, honorable members. I think the agenda that was, the draft agenda that was distributed yesterday had HDA as the first one, but this morning I got a request that the PPRA request to present first because they have a strategic session, to which I agreed. But in future, they must know that parliamentary work takes precedence. Strategic plan, it's an in-house thing, which they can reschedule. But for today, we have given in. But in future, because they did not know yesterday of the clash, if they had spoken to us earlier, maybe we would have accommodated them yesterday so that there's no clash. But the bottom line is that the parliamentary work must take precedence. There is the agenda, proposed agenda. Honorable members, can I have a hand for the motion to adopt the agenda? Anyone to move? Honorable Makagula?
Thank you, Chair. I move for the adoption of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Abada.
I'll second, Chair.
Thanks very much. This is what will guide us. I see Quindi Gungubele. Your mic is open. Do you want to say something?
No, apologies, Chair. I was just, that was when I was greeting.
Okay, thanks. This is the agenda that will guide us, honorable members. Can we move to item 2? Apologies, Secretary.
Good morning, Chairperson. I've received an apology from the Minister. She is not going to join us today. She is in a summit in KZN. The Deputy Minister has doctor's appointment, and I also received apologies from Mr. Zungu and Ms. Muahwa, board members of CSOS, and also Mr. Rabutata, HDA board chairperson. Those are the apologies that I've received. So I'm not sure whether Mr. Tebe and Ms. Kihakilwe will join us today, but I didn't receive anything today. But I know that they are still in an oversight visit, Chair. Thank you.
But the chairperson of HDA is not Mr. Rautata.
It's HDA board chair.
Oh, Okay.
Sorry if I said chairperson, it's a HTA board member.
All right. Thanks very much. I don't know whether we have problems with accepting those apologies. If there's no problem, I take the apologies as accepted.
Chair.
And we'll,
There are two hands, Chair.
oh, Honorable Mpiti.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to yourself, Chair, and to all colleagues on.
You are muted.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to yourself and to all the colleagues on the meeting. One, I think it's very problematic to not have the minister or the deputy minister while we're dealing with these annual reports. Again, yesterday, the minister left early, the deputy minister wasn't there. And I think protocol in most of the committees is that there should be someone from those particular offices in these meetings so that they can also account and be asked questions as it relates to these particular reports. So I think it's very problematic for us to be continuing to deal with annual reports while there's no minister, there's no deputy minister. I mean, really, that's not how we should be dealing with these reports. These are the same reports that we must also agree to take them to Parliament. So yeah, it does not sit well with me, that particular issue. And then also in terms of the quorum, I'm not sure, maybe we can understand if we do even have quorum. Not understanding, because there's some apologies that I did not hear. So if that can also be clarified. Thank you.
Honorable Magagula, is that a legacy hand?
Yes, it's a legacy hand. Thanks.
If we can, Honorable Mpiti, I don't know whether, okay, thanks. Yes, we have a quorum. In the meeting is Honorable Mpiti, is Honorable Siavi, Honorable Mpiti, Honorable Poole, Honorable Labada, Honorable Magagula, and Honorable Frenchman. I see 6 members here in the meeting. I'm not sure whether I'm missing one. I see 6 members here in the meeting. Secretary, am I correct?
I also see that Megachile has joined, but she is
So,
in the meeting.
okay. So it means I see 7 members out of 11. That
Out of 10, Chair.
out of 10.
Yes.
7 members in the meeting out of 10. That is a quorum. I think you are correct, Honorable Mpiti, that it's a problem when we don't have both the minister and the deputy minister. I know the minister was with us yesterday. The deputy minister apologized. But like I say, parliamentary work, especially when we're dealing with PPRs, must take precedence. We shouldn't have clashes when we're dealing with PPR. I think it's a concern that we're raising. And for now, let's note it and continue because these arrangements are made. And they will deliver the message to the minister to say when we discuss, especially PPRR, when we're busy with PPRR processes, it's important that we have the political heads because they need to account. That is why even with entities, we're insisting that if we're on virtual, if all board members can attend, but in particular, chairpersons of board must be in attendance together with the accounting officer. So the accounting authority and accounting officer are supposed to be there. I think we need to record that concern, and they will definitely deliver it to the minister. I don't think at this stage we are at a stage where we can escalate it. The minister has been cooperating. I think for now, let's record it and we deliver that message. I'll also deliver that message. The DG is here, will also deliver that message. The parliamentary officer of the minister is here, will also deliver that message, so that moving forward we don't have problems. Thank you. Let's move on. We're on item 4. At a later stage, I'll request the DG or your delegate, because it's for the first time, I think. Maybe with HDA, it might not be for the first time, but with other board members, it might be for the first time that we're meeting. The DG or your delegate, maybe the DG Ngongo, will advise us as to how do we move forward. We started with this process yesterday, honorable members, as you know, and we want to welcome representatives of the various entities. I guess they are led by their chairs. We also welcome the DG and your delegation from the department. We had a session with the AG of South Africa yesterday, presenting the audit outcome and briefing the committee on where there are challenges. We received an annual report from the department, NHBRC, SHRA, and also we received a presentation from NHFC. The committee engaged with those reports, and they will form part of our report to Parliament. Today we are engaging with PPRA, we are engaging with CSOS, and also SDA. Now, something that we'll repeat, which we said yesterday, is that we congratulated SHRA yesterday for achieving a clean audit. Today, we'll congratulate HDA also for achieving clean audit. I think HDA has been having some issues for some time, but this time they managed to deal with those issues, and everybody was happy that now HDA has achieved a clean audit. Even yesterday, we told the minister that we are worried about the PPRA, because of all the 6 entities, PPRA is the only one that is qualified. And it is more worrying that they are qualified, they did not submit what they are supposed to submit in a correct form. And that is really worrying us, especially when we consider that now we have an accounting authority, we have an accounting officer, we have a CFO, and those must assist us to do their work properly and assist the audit process. We were also worried about the performance of NHFC, whether it's 47% or 53%. That is not a good performance. And NHFC has been plagued by challenges. but we were assured by the chairperson of the board and the other board members that they are working on those things, and they will make sure that there is a turnaround. They even promised that they are going to have a strat plan on Saturday, and with that strat plan, they will make sure that they do organizational review to make sure that they perform. Today, we are engaging with PPRA, CSOS, and HDA. And PPRA and CSOS, of course, got unqualified with the findings, but PPRA is qualified. And this is an entity that is supposed to assist us with transformation of the industry to make sure that our people are playing a role in the property market. We will call upon the board, led by the chairperson of the board, to make sure that they work very hard to ensure that PPRA improves, both in their performance and non-financial and financial. And the minister, we even told the minister that she must make sure that their oversight is highly effective. Having said that, let me call upon the chairperson of PPRA. I know we met once, to come in, introduce your delegation, and you delegate whoever is expected to present. Like I said before, when we are on virtual, the expectation is that all board members will be invited to attend. When we are physical in Cape Town, we can understand that there's a challenge of resources, but when we are on virtual, we expect all board members or a majority of board members to attend. Is the chairperson of PPRA in the meeting?
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee and all the members of the Portfolio Committee. I greet you all. It is an honor and privilege to be addressing you this morning.
Can we see can you open your camera? Sorry, Chair. Please open your camera.
Okay, good morning.
Thank you.
Chairperson, do you see me? Yes.
Yes, good morning.
Okay. I'd like to first and foremost apologize for the clash that was unintended. And we spent a sleepless night we didn't take it for granted that the Portfolio Committee would understand, and I can upfront declare that it will never happen again, Chairperson and committee members. By the time we got the invitation, the arrangements were already far ahead, and we appreciated the fact that it would be on virtual, that we would still prioritize the Portfolio Committee and explain to board members. Chairperson, there was a miscommunication because we were informed that the Portfolio Committee would like the Chairperson, the CEO, and the CFO to be in attendance. And we later got a message to the effect that the whole board needs to be there, which really made sense to us. But by close of business yesterday, we received another communication to the effect that it's no longer like that. It should be the chairperson and the CEO and the CFO. And those are the people I'm with now in this venue. Although most of the board members are in another venue. And I'm not sure if it would be in order for us to say maybe we should
Let
roll
them join.
in.
Let them join.
Okay, Chairperson. The CEO is sending the link. Should I also pause, Chairperson? Whilst they're
No, continue.
Okay.
Continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. We really appreciate your indulgence and accommodating us. When we were at the Portfolio Committee previously, we understood clearly, you actually put it to all of us that when there's a Portfolio Committee meeting, the attendees should not be in a hurry. And we will try by all means to abide, and again, apologize for the mishap. And when we appeared before, we were not a fully functional board, although we decided to keep the home fires burning by allowing the committees to proceed, and so that you could enable the entity to meet the deadlines with the treasury and with the AG. So everything was submitted timeously. And now I can confirm that we are a fully functional board. We've got committees that are operational and providing oversight. And we have actually made inroads. As another issue was that we had a lot of acting positions, which the chairperson admonished us about. And I can proudly say that we have concluded all the recruitment processes. The company secretary has been appointed, will be starting in 10 days' time on the 20th of October. And the CFO would be starting on the 1st of November, 2025. Hence, we decided that we should have this strategic session and be proactive in order to address all the concerns and to map up the way ahead. We have also appointed the Audit Risk and Risk Committee. And we also didn't have the internal audit because their contract had expired. So we are at the tail end now to confirm the appointment of the internal audit. Because as the AG also indicated that our internal controls were not up to standard, or they were not complied with. I can promise that now after the strategic session, everyone is going to be roped in with the focus of really improving on our financial and non-financial responsibilities. I'm accompanied by the CFO now and the CO, who are going to expatiate on what the PPRA is doing and what we are going to be producing in the near future, with the main focus on all the discrepancies that led us not to get a clean audit. Chairperson, I think now I can hand over to the CEO. To address us.
Thank you, Chair. I think when your other board members have joined, maybe after presentation by the CEO, you will introduce them to the portfolio committee.
Okay.
We will expect them to put their cameras on so that the committee members can identify with the faces.
Okay.
But for now, let's allow the CEO to continue.
They say they've already joined, Chairperson. I don't know if.
Yes, you can continue introducing them.
Board members, are you all on? PPRA board members? Not yet. Okay.
Let's continue. We'll come back to that.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. Over to you, CEO.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson CIB, Honorable committees of the portfolio, members of the portfolio committee, the DG, colleagues, and the DG, and then the colleagues from entities that are present in this forum today. Chair, I don't know if you are able to see my presentation.
Yes, if you can just put
Okay.
it on slideshow. Continue, CEO.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, your opening.
CEO, we lost you. CEO? Chairperson, we lost your CEO. Secretary?
Hello, Chairperson. I'm trying
Can
to
you-
call Chair.
Chairperson, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, Chair. I don't know when was the last time the last part you heard, but I was just going through what we had promised to deliver as an entity. And out of the 4 commitments we had made to this committee,
I
we were
only
only
had greetings. I only had greetings.
I apologize, Honorable Chair and members. I was saying that last year, this time when we were gathered in this very same forum, as an entity, we had promised to deliver on 4 key areas. We had promised that we will deliver on the overall improved performance of an entity. Secondly, we had promised that we will submit our financials on time and the quality of those financials will be up to standard. We had also promised that we will prioritize the automation of our FFC issuance as an entity. And then fourthly, but not last, Chairperson, we had promised to deliver an improved audit outcome. And I'm sitting here today, Chairperson, to report that on an overall improved performance, we were able to deliver a very first for this entity, where we delivered on an 80% overall performance, which really speaks to service delivery. And when as far as AOPO is concerned, this is the first time we were audited in this area by the Auditor General, and we received a clean audit or unqualified in this regard. The financials were submitted on time, like the Chair has alluded to earlier. And as far as the FFC automation, we are busy with the service provider right now, and we are looking to have this section of our business automated still in Q3. Chair, you already spoke in your opening remarks that we are the only entity that once again we are qualified, Chair. But I wanted to just make certain declarations as far as the audit outcome is concerned. Even though the outcome was not favorable at the end, it is important to note that we had a reduction in the number of overall findings from the prior year, down to 27 from 44 for the PPRA in the previous year. We've had a reduction in the number of qualification paragraphs, which indicates improvement in addressing the qualification area. And looking at the AG report, I'm sure they can attest to this as well. We have cleared out over 130 million in invalid accounts receivable invoices accumulated in the system over the years. And because Chair and members would recall that the issue of qualification has been a historical issue. And last year, this time, AG had flagged and qualified us in 8 areas around the receivable area. But this year, we were still grappling with 3. We have developed appropriate and effective policies and procedures by aligning the PPRA's Act and GREP requirements to ensure accurate, valid, and complete revenue is recognized. So, Chair, what I'm talking to here is that if we were to talk like a soccer match, as an entity, we have been able to gain about 80% of ball possession throughout the match. But we all know that for any match, you are supposed to be able to convert the ball possession in a goal. And this is what the entity has failed to do. But we really did give it a run. And I'm of the view that we were at the tail end of the process, and we are already over the mountain. And like the Chair alluded to earlier, this is one area that we will be focusing on during this stretch session. Chair, I will take the presentation as read, but just to give an overview and highlights in the year. Our collaborations, Chair, we've maintained and significant partnerships with the private and public sectors to drive innovation in the property sector. Our collaboration late last year was with Eskom through their asset disposal program. The Rosen Property Group Initiative, Chair and members, is one initiative that we are very proud of as an entity. I'm talking to you today. We are interviewing and we will be onboarding over 25 franchises again to PDIs with this initiative. And we do aim to leverage external expertise and resources through these partnerships to enhance our capabilities and accelerate progress towards our transformation, Chair, because transformation does continue to remain center of and key of our mandates as an entity. The Research Center has also experienced growth. Chairperson and members, we are actually hosting our very first colloquium in partnership with the NRF, as well as the Nelson Mandela University, which will be taking place in the first week of November this year. And then, Chair, I already spoke to the overall performance that has significantly improved with a rate of 80% compared to 66% of what we presented last year, and then 33% that we had presented the previous year. Chair and members, just going into the summary of our performance report, we had 20 programs that we were supposed to deliver on. And like I had alluded to earlier, we were able to achieve 16 of those targets. which really talks to our service delivery as an entity. I won't dwell again into the performance summary report, but that is a snapshot of what I had just spoken to Chairperson and members. And for program 1 and through all our 9 programs, Chair, I will just zoom into the areas of where we did not meet the mark. The first one I spoke to is where we have received a qualified audit opinion. But later on, the acting CFO will then go into the reasons, the 3 areas where we have been qualified on, but still not taking away the fact that we have, significantly improved as an organization as far as the audit is concerned by the Auditor General. And then also in finance and administration, we have, achieved and our targets around the risk management report and the anti-fraud and corruption report. And then, Chair, just moving on to the next programs, which are, standard across board, pertaining to our procurement spend. We have been really consistent in our procurement on women-owned businesses, where we have overachieved by 0.2%. And I know in the previous engagements, the minister had made a declaration that this target should increase to about 50% in the upcoming year. But this is one area where we have been consistent on, as well as the procurement spend on targeted on businesses owned by youth and persons with disabilities. And then last but not least, in our program 1, it's around just our consumer queries, which we have been able to resolve within 90 days as stipulated in our act. And then we are paying our service providers on time within the 30 days allotted time. Program 2, once again, Chair, you'd recall that when we were here last year, this is one area where we were grappling with, but once again, there has been significant improvement as far as the licensing is concerned, as well as processing of renewals within 30 days, working days of the payment reconciliation, Chair, members. Inspection and enforcement, here we've never had a problem as an entity, so we remain in the green in this area, Chairperson. And then moving into the program of program 4, which talks to education, professionalization, and CPD, we have been able to meet our targets, with an exception of one, where we are now the practitioners who are fully meeting their CPD requirements, we are falling behind, Chair. And really here, the Act has made it possible for us to, number one, accept external service providers to offer our CPD requirement. So this is no longer a mandate of solely the PPRA as a regulator. And then secondly, Chair, under the new dispensation, there's really no punitive measures for practitioners who don't comply with the CPD. But later on, we will talk about what we are doing to address this matter, Chair, because we are in a process of, with the regulations amendment, we've done a presentation to the board to take them through what ourselves and the Department of Human Settlements and their legal team, just to make sure that we revive some provisions of our Act that are not favorable for us and really don't give us a teeth, so to speak, Chair. And this process is at the tail end, but I'm sure we will talk to it later when we address our some of the questions that will come from the members. I already spoke to the research center, Chair, and these 2 approved transformation agenda items that have been researched will be tabled at the colloquium in Gqeberha next month. And Chair, the last 2 targets that we unfortunately missed have to do with the principalization program, where we've missed the mark by far. And the basis for this, Chairperson and members, is that for a greater part, we have relied heavily on services theatre for our funding. And due to the changes in the leadership there's been really issues with submissions of our invoices and payment thereof. But we have engaged with Services CETA as recent as a week and a half ago with the administrator to ensure that they assist us in this regard. And they have been mitigating factors to ensure that we are able to meet these targets in the current financial year. The last two programs, Chair, I won't dwell much into them, but we have consistently met. The one being pertaining to the One Learner, One Practitioner program, which really has been another success story coming from the regulator, especially as far as the transformation mandate is concerned, where really our partnership with the EDTA as well as Services CETA has really bared fruit. We have exited 85% success rate from this program, and we are looking forward to really extending it to the rest of the country in all 9 provinces in this starting in this current financial year. And then around program 7, Honorable Chair and members, it's around the SMME incubation program. You will recall that this is one program where we had been struggling once again to meet our target, but in this current financial year, well, the year under audit, we have been able to meet this target. And once again, for the 2026-2027, we are well on our way where we have targeted 30, and we will meet it once again, Chair. And then the program 8 around the Fidelity Fund, Chair, this is one area where, again, we have been compliant, consistently so, where we ensure that all our compliant claims have been paid within the 90 days of lodgement, Chair. And Chair, just in closing, before I hand over to the acting CFO to take the members through the financial aspects, I know there are areas, Chair, that are not part of this presentation before you, but I know that there were areas that were highlighted in the Aegis report as well. I mentioned the area around just the improved audit outcomes, but one area, Chair, where we have been struggling with over the years is just around irregular expenditure. And I just wanted to reiterate that the bulk of our irregular expenditure was again historical. So we are looking at irregular expenditures that was coming from 2017. But I wanted to assure the committee members and the chairperson that as an organization, we have commissioned an external investigations on our irregular expenditure. And subsequently to that, we have applied to condemnation to the National Treasury after the investigation that was concluded. And this investigation around irregular expenditure pertaining mainly to number 1, the board remuneration, again, Chair, that it was an issue that we highlighted last year. And then secondly, legal fees that were emanating from the legal procedures that were, embarked upon towards the previous CEO. And Chair, I just wanted to confirm that the investigation concluded that no fraud was detected and there was no malfeasance. The issue really was around a lapse in processes, but it was revealed that there was value for money that was gained by the institution. And because this was a board remuneration issue, there was no opportunity for consequence, obviously, management, which is one of the other frameworks that National Treasury requires. But Chair, I just wanted to also ensure that the entity has put strict measures in ensuring that these don't happen again whilst we await the outcome from National Treasury. So an issue of irregular expenditure should be a thing of the past as far as in the entity, Chair. But through you, Chair, if I can hand over to the acting CFO, Hloni, to take the members through the financial component before we conclude. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, and all other quality colleagues on the line. I will be taking you through the financial performance for the FY 24-25 year. The slide that we have in front of us now reflects the PPRA consolidated financial position, as well as the authority standalone entity statement.
We can't hear you. Not sure whether you're still on the platform. CEO, CFO. Chairperson. Secretary, can you check with them?
Hello, Tato.
Can you check with the CEO of PPRA? I think we've lost them.
Okay, Chair.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Apologies for that. I'm not sure when we lost audio, when we lost connection, but can you please help me with what's the last thing you had from?
Start again from where? From the beginning.
From the beginning. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So
Continue.
thank you, Chair.
Can she come closer to the mic, Chair? You can hardly hear.
Okay. Can you hear me now? It's better.
Yeah, it's better.
Thank you very much. This slide reflects the performance of the PPRA consolidated financial position, as well as the authority standalone entity statement of financial position. If we're just looking at the consolidated results, we're reporting an 11 million growth in total assets from 848 million that was reported in FY 23-24 to 859 million. This growth is driven by a 20 million increase in non-current assets, mostly due to a revaluation of land and buildings in the year under review. The increase in non-current asset was offset by a decrease of 9 million in current assets, largely driven by a reduction in accounts receivable. When we look at our group's total liabilities, we reflect a 21 million reduction to 148 million in the year under review, And this reduction in total liabilities was largely due to a 17 million decline in non-current liabilities due to a reduction in deferred revenue. As we are nearing the end of the 3-year FSC cycle, the deferred portion of our revenue is becoming smaller, as the majority of the revenue has already been recognized in the statement of financial performance. These changes in assets and liabilities for our consolidated results resulted in an overall increase of 32 million in the net assets of the group to 711 million, an increase from 678 million that was reported in FY 23-24. If we just look at the authority as a standalone entity, total assets show a decline of 6 million from 203 million in FY 23-24 to 197 million. This is mostly driven by a reduction in current assets, particularly the reduction in accounts receivable, despite the increase in non-current assets due to the revaluation on land and buildings that I've alluded to earlier. When we look at the total liabilities of the PPRA, we show a decline of 24 million from 156 million. This decline is mainly attributable to the reduction in deferred revenue in both current and non-current liabilities. As mentioned earlier, the deferred portion of the FSC revenue is becoming smaller as we're getting closer to the end of the 3-year FSC cycle. These changes in total assets and liabilities for the authority resulted in an overall increase of 18 million in the net asset position of the entity, from 47 million to 66 million in the year under review. The next few slides provide the consolidated statement of financial position detailed performance breakdown. The group's current asset decreased by 9 million, representing a decrease in both exchange and non-exchange receivables. This decrease in receivable from exchange was driven by the PPRA's reduction in CPD receivables due to the change in the timing of CPD billing from Q4 of FY 24-25 to Q1 of FY 25-26. This receivables from non-exchange reduction is impacted by the increase in the allowance of credit losses for the Fidelity Fund's long outstanding agent interest. We are also reporting an increase of 26 million in cash due to the capitalization of interest that was earned by the Fidelity Fund through the short-term investments that they hold. If we move on to the next slide, the group's non-current assets increased by 20 million, representing an increase of 17 million in property, plant and equipment due to the revaluation of land and buildings, and an increase in 2.6 million in intangible assets impacted by the acquisition of software to improve our IT environment. If we move on to the next slide, slide 23, the group's current liabilities declined by 3.9 million, with the biggest driver being the decline in the current portion of deferred revenue, as the PPRA recognizes revenue over the life of the FFC. This decline was offset by an increase in payables from non-exchange transactions from the Fidelity Fund. This is agent interest received prior to submission of audit reports representing income received in advance. The balance also include unclaimed monies held in trust in line with Section 54, paragraph 10 and 11 of the Property Practitioners Act. The group's non-current liabilities are down 17 million, driven by the reduction in deferred revenue. As mentioned earlier, as we are nearing the end of the FFC cycle, the majority of the revenue has already been recognized, resulting in a lower deferred revenue balance. The next few slides are going to be focusing on the performance of the authority on a standalone basis. On slide 24, if we look at the current assets of the PPRA, we show a decline of 26 million, from 66 million to 40 million in the year under review. And this decline is largely due to a decline in CPD receivables. As mentioned earlier, there was a shift in the timing of the billings from 4Q of 24-25 to Q1 of 25-26. The entity is also showing a reduction of 10 million in cash and cash equivalents from 32 million to 22 million, mostly due to withdrawals that were made from the investment account to fund operational requirements. Slide 25, the total liabilities of the PPRA are at 131 million, reflecting a reduction of 24.7 million from the prior year. This reduction stems from the decrease in deferred revenue due to the unwinding of the balance in line with FFC revenue recognition over a 3-year cycle. I've already talked to this point in earlier slides. On slide 26, the slide talks to the statement of financial performance for both the PPRA consolidated results and the authority as a standalone entity. At a consolidated level, a surplus of 10.9 million was reported, an increase of 6.6 million compared to the prior year. This positive performance was driven by an increase of 32 million in revenue as a result of 13 million increases in revenue from exchange transaction, mostly FFC revenue. In addition, there was an increase of 18.8 million from non-exchange transactions driven by an increase in agent interest in the Fidelity Fund. Expenses were down expenses are at 199 million, representing an increase of 25.9 million against the prior year. Employee costs remain the biggest cost driver at 52.7% of the total cost. Last year, it was at 55.7%. We are reporting an increase of 8 million in employee costs driven by the cost of living adjustment of 4.7% in FY 24-25, plus an increase in leave pay provision. In addition, there was an increase of 19 million in other expenses, impacted by an increase in the allowance for credit losses of 15.9 million, mostly coming from the Fidelity Fund. When looking at the PPRA, as a standalone entity, the entity generated a deficit of 2.7 million, which shows an improvement of 84% against what we reported in FY 23-24, where the entity had a deficit of 16.8 million. The improved performance was driven by a 26% increase in revenue relative to a 14% increase in cost, which positively impacted our bottom line. On the comparison of actual performance against the budget, the consolidated results reflect a surplus of 10.9 million, underperforming by 8.8 million against the budget. This was driven by the underachievement of revenue by 54 million, despite showing a significant cost saving of 45.6 million against the budget. From a cash flow perspective, the group generated cash of 26.6 million for the year under review, mostly coming through from capitalized interest and in the Fidelity Fund. The decrease of 78 million against the prior year was due to maturity of an investment worth 125 million in the Fidelity Fund, which represented a cash injection that was not received in the current year. When we look at the authority's cash performance, the authority is showing a net cash outflow of 10 million for the year under review, indicating negative cash flows from operating activity. The entity required withdrawals from its investment account to fund its operating activities. Despite generating negative cash flows in the year under review, the entity demonstrated an improved performance against the prior year, where they had a net cash decrease of 34.7 million. Moving on to the audit outcomes page, the CEO already alluded to our outcomes. The PPRA remained unchanged. The outcome remained unchanged compared to last year. However, Despite reporting a qualified audit opinion for the PPRA, the entity has shown significant improvement in addressing the qualification area. I won't repeat what the CEO already touched on and in her opening, but just wanted to highlight that one of the main findings that led to the qualification and the receivable balance was the split between exchange and non-exchange, which was resolved in the FY 24-25, resulting in a reduction in the number of qualification paragraphs that we received. While the qualified audit opinion is not favorable, management is committed to leverage the positive feedback from AG to intensify the cleanup efforts to ensure a positive outcome. The PPFF and the PSTF, being the Fidelity Fund and the Transformation Fund, maintained unqualified audit opinions. The next 3 slides provide extensive details on the qualification paragraph. However, in summary, the audit findings include the fact that the AG was not able to confirm the accuracy and validity of opening balances for receivable from exchange transactions, and they were also unable to confirm the accuracy and validity and completeness of opening balances related to debtors with credit balances that led to our qualification. Management has made significant progress in cleaning up the accounts receivable balance despite system limitation. We've also finalized the compilation of the audit action plan that is specific and targeted to address the qualification area. The implementation of the remedial actions has commenced since the conclusion of the audit. Thank you.
Are you done, CEO?
Yes. Yeah.
Chairperson?
I would like to recommend to the Portfolio Committee and the Honorable Chairperson as follows. The Portfolio Committee for Human Settlement notes the presentation on the annual report of the PPRA for the 2024-2025 financial year. Thank you, Chairperson. I would now like to take the opportunity, Chairperson, to introduce the new board members. And I would like them to show their faces and at least confirm to the Portfolio Committee which board committees are they participating. The first one is Ms. Nare Mamabolo. Are you there, Ms. Nare? Nare Mamabolo? Okay. Now we see Mr. Leshabe Rampedi, who is appearing on the screen, Chairperson. Can you see him?
Yes.
Mr. Rampedi, could you just indicate to the Portfolio Committee in which board committees you are participating?
Thank you, Chairperson.
We have many gadgets in the same place.
Yes. Okay.
Can I try, Chair?
Yes, yes. Greet the Chairperson and introduce yourself.
Yes, greetings to Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee. My name is Leshabe Rampedi. I'm in 3 board committees: Audit, Governance, Risk, as well as Finance and Investment, and the last one being information communications technology, the 3 subcommittees which I belong to. Thank you, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee and members.
Thank you.
One Miss Nare Mamabolo, I saw her face earlier on.
Good morning, Chair.
Over to you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. My name is Nare Mamabolo. I'm serving in the Human Resource Committee, Legal and Education Committee, Transformation. Thank you.
Thank you. We're moving on now to Mr. Mutoto Sigidi.
Good morning, Chairperson. My name is Mtoto Sigidi. I'm serving on the 3 committees: Industry Transformation, REMCO, Legal and Education. Thank you very much.
And Ms. Gugu Mashiteng. Ms. Mashiteng. Okay. In the meantime, now I'll move on to the chairperson of the Audit and Risk Committee, Dr. Nandi Siwahla Madiba. While Ms. Mashiteng is getting ready. Board members? The system failed.
Continue, Chair.
Ms. Mashiteng, are you ready? I don't know whether it's a system failure, Chairperson. I'm not getting any response from the last 2.
Okay. Now we'll still have time to meet with you face to face. Let's continue.
Thank you. I appreciate.
Are you done?
Chairperson, Mr. Mpiti and Mr. Pulsend are up, Chair.
Mr. Mpiti? Honorable Mpiti?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, are we engaging with the report or?
Oh, not yet. Okay,
Okay.
I'll come to you.
My hand is up for that. No problem.
All right. Are you done, Chair?
An additional member who joined much earlier than the other 4, Mr. Brian Mpono. Could you introduce yourself to the Portfolio Committee?
Yeah, there seems to be a problem. Let's continue.
A problem, Chair.
Mr. Mpono just joined now again, Chair.
Okay, there's Mr. Mpono. Can you introduce yourself to the Portfolio Committee and confirm in which committees you are serving?
Good morning, PC Chair and all those around this virtual table. My name is Brian Mpono. I serve on the Transformation Committee, FinCom, Legal and Education. And also, I'm an employer trustee on the PPRA Alexander Forbes Pension Fund Board of Trustees. And in there, I am the Investment Committee Chair. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, Member Mpono. Ms. Mashiteng, are you there? It's for the last time. And Dr. Nandi Siwahla Madiba. Okay, Chairperson, I think we should proceed.
Okay.
Sorry,
Thanks.
sorry, Chairperson. We are in different areas of the room, so those who are looking for are not in the room at present. We were currently experiencing some technical challenges on our end. That's why there's a bit of a delay in some of the members joining or trying to connect. Pam Makubele has joined. She has the floor on her device.
It's an old member like myself. We're introducing the additional members who just joined us.
Let's continue.
Yes, Chair.
We'll
Thank you so much.
continue. Let me check with before I give to members to interact with the report. DG, do you want to make some comments? Or are you fine? If the DG is not there.
I'm here, Chairperson. I have no comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DG. Honorable members, can I see the hands that want to engage with the report? For now, I only see 2 hands. 3 hands. Okay. Mr. Mpiti, I give you 7 minutes to engage with the report.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Yeah, it's very difficult, Chair, to find grounding on the report that has been presented, because to be quite honest with you, it's very disappointing. And one would have expected that the chairperson would have been very honest and transparent about really what has been happening at PRA. I think the audit findings speak for themselves. The material findings that have been found speak for themselves. There's clearly issues here, and one would expect that we would be taken into confidence about what is actually going on with the number of issues that have been pointed out in the Auditor General's report. But before I get to the Auditor General's report, I would like to start my first question to say it's been very interesting in the past couple years or so to see the PPRA having roadshows. But yet these roadshows that they've been having have really, for me, I don't know what they've amounted to. So I'd like to know, what is the total cost of all the roadshows that they've had? What are the outcomes of those roadshows? What is the cost benefit analysis of those roadshows? Because to simply take people out of the organization to Stellenbosch and to this place and to that place, it really doesn't help the organization at all. So we need to understand what was the point of those roadshows and what did they achieve. You compound this with the irregular expenditure that PRA has amounted in the past year or so. One gets concerned that, when there's clear big issues that PRA is facing, that the focus is on roadshows. I mean, we have a number of issues. We have a system problem at PRA. FFSC's applications that have been delayed because of the system that has problems, yet we decide to go to roadshows. We know that in the organization or the entity, there's about 40,000 to 45,000 renewal applications that come in every year. And the system in itself has had a major problem in dealing and processing those particular applications. We've heard nothing about that in this particular report, because the agents who are relying on PRA to actually give them these renewal applications are the ones that are struggling on the ground. They're the ones dealing with this particular issue. But there's been no word from this particular report of how they're going to deal with it, how they've been able to deal with this system breakdown, and how they're going to actually get those FFCs in time to the people that need them the most. We've heard nothing about how we know in this particular sector that there's a gap, that there's only a few principals in the sector that are able to actually be, proper property practitioners. And so how are we closing that gap that exists? So yes, we're talking about transformation, but there's no actual ways in which we are saying this is how we're going to close the principal qualification gap, because it clearly exists. It's very large in the property sector. We know that. But yet we are sitting with irregular expenditure. And if I looked right, it was at 61 million rand. But yet there's nothing to address these core areas that are happening in this particular sector. We know that people are struggling to obtain qualifications because it's expensive. It's expensive. So what is PRA doing to enable that, to look at those who are still disadvantaged in this particular sector, and how they're really trying to assist them to obtain qualifications so that they themselves can actually become property practitioners. They themselves can actually enter the industry and start closing the gap. So even the chairperson is not even going into detail, but we are getting a surface, report that really doesn't speak to the core issues of what is going on in this particular sector. So I think we really need to be more direct, and we need to deal with the issues that are really happening in PRA. And again, I think, there's a lot of things in this sector that we would like to know about, and we'd like to hear those interventions, but not to just throw words around like transformation and then we think we've covered all the bases. No, you haven't covered all the bases. We need to know exactly what you're doing. I mean, there's a lot of things that are happening. There's accreditation fees that are affecting property practitioners. What are you guys doing about that? So we can't just throw transformation and say we're doing. We need to know how you are dealing with detailed issues that lead to people being left out of the sector continuously, because that's what we're seeing, that the sector is still very small and still very exclusive. And in as much as we are saying that we are trying to make a change, the change is not translating on the ground, because the gaps continue to increase. But yet we are focused on awareness campaigns and roadshows, really, that are not amounting to anything, that are not dealing with the core issues. We have to be able to talk about that. And, there's other categories as well. We have the auctioneers, the business brokers. How do they fit into the system? And what are we doing about assisting those particular individuals? So this annual report for me is not really saying how we are going to do anything, really. And I think we need to be able to speak about that. I want to just quickly move to the Auditor General's findings on this particular entity, which were some of the things that I really, really found very alarming. And obviously, some of them have been referred to in the report that we have heard. But again, when it comes to irregular expenditure, there's 14.5 million rand that is being referred to in the Auditor General's report. What happened there, and who's responsible for that? I'm not hearing any person in PRA saying that this is how we identified the issue. This is how we were able to deal with this particular issue. So I'd like an answer specifically about that. Who's responsible for the irregular finding, those irregular expenditures, and what consequence management has taken place? Secondly, are there any investigations that are taking place, any investigations that are current, any investigations that have been concluded? I would also like to know when it comes to the financial statements, who's responsible for the reviews and reconciliations of the financial statements? Because it's quite clear that there's been a failure there. And so if it's the CFO must take ownership of that failure, because that is what has come up in the Auditor General's report. So why did you fail to conduct it effectively? Why did you not have all the statements together? You need to account for that and not tell us numbers and numbers and numbers. Tell us why you have not done these particular things that are being mentioned here, right? Failure of action plans. They don't address the root causes. Identified misstatements. That's what the Auditor General report says. So why has that been allowed to happen, Chairperson? Why has the board not been able to call out these particular issues that are happening at PRA? Because it is one of the worst performing entities in the human settlement department. And so you guys can't come here and try to pretend as though like everything is nice. It's not. The report is clear that it's not, and nothing is going well there. So we need to know who failed, who did not put the action plans together, who ensured that there was misstatements on those financial statements, who did not do the reviews, who did not do the reconciliations. We want to know who's responsible, and we need consequence management. We want to know who's responsible for the irregular expenditure, and we want consequence management, because you guys are also part of adding to the department's 859 million rand, almost R1 billion of irregular expenditure. You're part of that. So you need to take accountability and tell us who's responsible, because the board that has been recently got into office can't sit and not do anything. We need to know what's going on there, so that the people who've been left out of this particular market, the property practitioners who are looking to it, to actually get assisted. But we can't simply just be talking roadshows and roadshows that never end without addressing the real issues that are going on. Get those FFCs processed as soon as possible. That's what we want to know. We want to know how the principal qualification gap is going to be closed. We want to know how you're going to assist people to obtain qualifications, to become property practitioners, and to assist them to enter the industry. That's what we want to know. We don't want to be dealing with the issues that we're seeing now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chairperson.
We take serious note of the members' concern. I would hand over to the CEO and the CFO to respond, then I would come in thereafter.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Chair, it's Tato. I will go first. And thank you, Member Mpiti, for your questions. So let me start with the elephant in the room, the irregular expenditure. So the 14.5 million in my presentation, Honorable Mpiti, I had said that the majority of this irregular expenditure is historical. It comes back from 2017. And let me break it down in this manner. The biggest chunk of that money, of that irregular expenditure, emanated from the board remuneration of the previous board. This is an issue that was tabled last year and the year before, right? And what informed this irregular expenditure was the fact that when this board started earning remuneration, there was an issue of categorization. But I'm happy to report that this year we have now received a categorization from the Minister of Finance. So this current board is being remunerated using the rates approved by National Treasury. That's the first part. The second part was the issue that you know our act is very prescriptive, right? That any board remuneration, unlike the other entities, it says that there must be a board remuneration policy approved by the Honorable Minister. All that has been actioned. The policy has been submitted to the Minister. The categorization issue, we finally received response from National Treasury, from the Minister of Finance. I believe the date is 14th of July. So again, this was an issue that came from the promulgation of the act, where there were certain instances that were overlooked, but we have since resolved that issue. The second issue is around legal fees. So what happened, if you will recall, Honorable Mpiti, I know you were here last year, in last financial year, when the previous CEO, there was a legal matter pertaining to her matter with the previous board. There was a service provider that was appointed. The entity followed a thorough SCM process, but then there was a point where the remuneration then went over 1 million rand. So here, what informed the irregularity was technical non-compliance. And like I said earlier, that the entity has put strict measures in ensuring that doesn't happen. Now, when you're issuing about what steps were taken, the consequence management thereof, around the board remuneration and around the legal fees, I did specify that we did commission an external investigation. And after that, there was a stint where I acted as the interim accounting authority, Honorable Mpiti, and there was an investigation that was done, and this investigation concluded that there was no fraud detected, there was no malfeasance. This was just a lapse in process as far as the legal process procurement is concerned. And this report further revealed that there was value money gained by the institution, Honorable Mpiti. So in this instance, really, there was no opportunity for consequence management, because who do we put under consequence management? Because number one, the board was rightfully appointed. They had to discharge of their duties and be remunerated. And secondly, the legal minds were brought on board to deal with the legal issues pertaining to that organization. And there was an extended scope into the investigation, and those processes had to take place. So I hope that answers that question. And then the bulk of those issues emanating from 2017, Honorable Mpiti, there was consequence management. Again, there were employees that went. Ndate Siabi,
address the chairperson.
Okay, sorry, Chair, through you. And then the other one was around contract management. And this is an issue that was dealt with the previous forensic investigation that was conducted. There were certain employees that went through the DC process check, and they were since dismissed following the recommendations by that forensic investigation. So with where we are, I did mention, Chair, that we have submitted our condonation application to the auditor, to the National Treasury, and AG is aware of this, because this is a process that we were busy with at the tail end of our audit, Chair. And then regarding the stakeholder engagements, Chairperson, webinar, we do in-person stakeholder engagements, and we do webinars. This is part of our mandate. So it's something that we cannot wish away, because one of the issues, I think when you came on board as well, Honorable Chair, the members were of the view that we don't know who the PPRA is. The PPRA is not visible. So we had to make sure that we are seen as an entity, and we have stakeholder engagements. As far as the costs are concerned, webinars, we do them for free. So we invite stakeholders online. And I know the question that was asked was around just the principalization qualification. There was a stakeholder engagement that was done yesterday, a webinar, where Services CETA came, industry bodies came, as well as the PPRA, and this was for free. But in terms of the ones that we do throughout the country, the Stellenbosch, in particular, Western Cape, Gauteng, and KZN, we are in partnership with one of our stakeholders where they do provide free venues for that, and we just cover the refreshments. But in the last financial year, the fees were not exorbitant. They were in the region of 1.2, and we've held over 24 stakeholder engagements throughout the country. And most of those we do in partnership with the Department of Human Settlements, as well as our sister entities. So unfortunately, and the outcome for this is, number one, the consumers know who we are, because again, that's one of the 3 pillars of our mandate. We need to protect consumers. consumers need to know what are their recourse. And one of the other things that we do, especially even today, where the minister is today at the KZN BPSA, we've got our practitioners who are there. We are doing registrations online. So this is part of our initiative as a stakeholder as well. The issue around the auctioneers, Chairperson, you'll recall that last year we were still talking about the 12 subsectors that we couldn't onboard. But in this current financial year, we have started, because we now have a database of about 3 subsectors, auctioneers being one of them, developers as well as managing agents, and we are onboarding them as we speak, about 2,000 applications of the additional subsectors or the new role players. As far as the accreditation fees, Chairperson, I know at the previous portfolio meeting, Member Ditebe raised an issue and wanted to find progress where we are with the accreditation fees matter. This matter is sub judice. We have filed our heads of argument through our legal counsel. We are waiting for a court date where obviously we were cited as well as the minister around the issue on Section 63. This is one area, Chairperson, that we like to assure the committee we will not back down on, because we understand that this is one of the biggest barriers of entry into the sector, and we will ensure that this matter sits, hopefully before the close of the current year or early next year. And on this same issue, the legal team did have a case management where they met to say how the matter will run. So, like I said, we are just waiting for the court date. The issue around there are few principals in the sector. The member is correct, but just in the last financial year, we were able to bring on board 1,019 new principals who are all PDIs. And most of these numbers will increase. These numbers will increase due to our One Learner One program through our KZN project, where we said that we can't just onboard candidates. We need to ensure that they follow the entire value chain. So these numbers, we will see them increase because, again, this is one of our mandates to make sure that we professionalize the sector. The renewals, member, through you, Chair, we are within our renewal season. It started on the July 1st, but history has proven that with renewals, our candidates or our practitioners rather, in all sectors, they wait until the 31st of October. And most of them usually come in within the last 2 weeks. But this is one aspect, once again, where we've partnered with our stakeholders, where we have streamlined processes to make sure that they submit their renewals to us in bulk, not in individuals. And really, Rebosa has played a critical role in that. And we have been able to issue our FFC renewals. We've got dedicated staff in the registrations department handling that aspect. I think, and then the last issue that the member raised, Chair, is around the principalization qualification. We do concede that this is very expensive to obtain, and there is a view that, and this is one area where Services SETA has now delegated it to QCTO. So obtaining of qualifications is not done through us, like the NQF level 5 that the member was talking to, is done through Services SETA. So that's why the stakeholder engagement yesterday was so necessary, so that we are all on the same page and we are transparent in as far as how long the process is going to take, and looking at the reduction of fees, because a new qualification expensive also acts against our transformation mandate. So Chair, through you, can I have then the CFO just answer the questions around the action plans and review of financial statements, Chair, through you.
Thank you, Chair. On the question raised on the review of Fs, why was this a failure? I think this is obviously how the finding was bucketized, but however, obviously when we submit our financials, they would have gone through a rigorous review process by the managers as well as myself as the acting CFO. We've even gone to an extent of engaging internal audit to review our financial statements before submission to AG. In addition, our financials we've engaged an external consultant, a company of DAs, to help us with the compilation of our financial statements. So we did follow due process in terms of making sure the quality of the financials that we put forward was of good quality. However, some of the misstatements that were reported in AG findings related to the tension between the translation or interpretation of the Property Practitioners Act versus GRAP, where management interpreted, in a certain way, and then the auditors, from a GRAP perspective, had a different interpretation, and that's where some of our misstatements came through. On the second question of a failure to implement action plans, I think that we have done all we can in terms of implementing action plans. Yes, unfortunately, we still maintained a repeat finding in accounts receivable, but to say that we did not implement action plans would not be entirely accurate, because in our presentation, we did mention that we cleaned up our accounts receivable to the tune of 130 million in terms of clearing out old invalid invoices that had accumulated in the system since EAAB days. In addition to that, management was very proactive in looking at other areas within the business where potential misstatements could have been identified, but management was proactive in addressing them before it became findings. So it is unfortunate that we fell short the same finding in terms of accounts receivable qualification happened. However, we've made significant progress in terms of addressing that issue. And I am of the view that if we continue in terms of intensifying our efforts, that outcome will be eventually become positive. Thank you.
Are you okay, Honorable Mpiti?
Chair, just to say, if I can, quickly, the AG's report is very clear that the audit plans were not implemented, which led to the repeat findings. So what should have just really been said is there's been a failure there. So I'm not understanding why we are trying to argue something that is clearly stated. If it didn't happen, there wouldn't be a repeat finding. That's what we are sitting with, because the audit plans or the plans itself were not implemented. It's that simple. It's in the report. So are you saying the report is incorrect?
Thank you. CEO, CFO, I think in terms of the audit report, it says what caused the repeated material misstatements and PPRA qualifications are the following. Action plans do not address the root causes of prior year identified misstatements. Reviews and reconciliation of financial statements was not effectively conducted. That's what the AG say. And it's even worse when the AG says, even if there was a misunderstanding of interpretation, you were given an opportunity. Once you have agreed on an interpretation, you were given an opportunity to correct certain things. But even after correcting, after given that opportunity of correcting, other entities came back having corrected and they were accepted. But PPRA, even after given an opportunity to correct, you still effected some misstatements. Can I hear from you what is the issue? CEO or CFO?
Thank you, Chair. I think from a misstatement perspective, even after we have corrected misstatements that we found, but there were still findings that we reported. We were given an opportunity where we had difference in application of the accounting standard. In those instances, we were able to correctly address the issue, and our financials were updated, but it was still reported as a misstatement, but we fixed it. The issue here is the repeat finding around accounts receivable. And I think I've articulated in terms of efforts have been put in place in terms of driving and cleaning up and correcting that balance. However, there are some limitations that I also want to note. We do have a system that is not set up accurately in terms of enhancing our reporting and cleanup. Our system is heavily manual. We have over 40,000 practitioners. Our aging analysis, when we have to restate opening balances, that is a manual process, including having to manually look at 60,000 line items and manually doing the corrections. That has impacted, obviously, our outcome, because a lot of this hinges on a human performing the activity, and obviously there's an element of human error. However, to say that we did not address the issue or implement action plans, that would not be a fair statement to make.
It's not a statement, it's a report of the AG. It's not our statement. It's a report of the AG. Okay, I'll bring the AG just before you leave, because we are reading from the report of the AG. And who's supposed to put systems in place? Is it not you and the CEO who are supposed to put systems in place? Because you can't blame the system that you are expected to be in charge of. Okay, Honorable Poole.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for the presentation by PRA. Honorable members, I think I was partly covered by Member Mpiti regards to my concerns and questions. Not repeating it, but allow me to do just one observation, and that is, why do PRA continue to face ICT system failures affecting the processing of Fidelity Fund certificates, which dropped from 17,000 in 2023-2024 to 8,000, nearly 9,000 in 2020-25. And yes, an ongoing financial and operational sustainability risks. That brings me to my two questions I have left. On digital transformation and service delivery, given that PRA issued almost 50% fewer Fidelity Fund certificates in 2024-2025 due to ICT system failures, what specific steps and timelines has the authority put in place to resolve these digital and operational inefficiencies to ensure that practitioners can register and transact without disruption in the coming financial year? And two, on transformation and accountability, and we hear of consequence management. Does PRA reports progress in promoting inclusivity, with 54% of registered practitioners being women and 30% from previously disadvantaged backgrounds? What concrete steps is the new board taking to ensure The transformation translates into genuine opportunities, skills development, and enterprises growth across the sector, particularly in ownership and leadership levels. And how will progress be transparently monitored and reported under Section 21 of the Property Practitioners Act? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Chairperson.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson and members. As the board and management, we really acknowledge that there are issues, mostly as highlighted by the AG. And on the other hand, there have been some allegations or whistleblowing messages or grievances by other stakeholders. And we, at our previous board meeting, which was the first one for the entity, where we were fully collaborating, we interrogated those, the AG reports, and as the board, we convened and said some of the things that we do not find clarity in, we would not jump the gun and say there must be consequence management without us having satisfied ourselves that there are issues that are calling for that kind of step. So we referred the issues to the external audit and risk committee to undertake steps whereby some of these niggling issues that we are failing to address, because if we do not own them and keep on saying they are legacy issues, they'll keep on repeating themselves. So we said we'd like some kind of investigation to identify what the real problem is, and we will await a report that will inform us so that we know exactly what to address and not always deal with the symptoms. Yes, we also have a legacy issue on the IT system that we found. And because of the budgetary situation, we are trying to say this should be prioritized. We should take steps that we cannot continue running professionally and equitably on a manual system in this era. So those are the things that we're focusing on. And hence we said at this strategic session, we're going to come out with action plans that we believe are going to yield different results. That's all I can say for now. The Audit and Risk Committee, they were also going to brief the new internal audit committee so that we follow the due process in whatever we're doing, because some of the things we cannot ignore when even if it's a whistleblower or it's allegations that come from people we don't even know. So we said these allegations need to be tested so that maybe they're the ones that are also contributing. We don't know as yet, Chairperson. That's what I can say for now.
Thank you. CEO, can we answer the questions from Honorable Poole?
Yes, thank you, Chair. On Honorable Poole's question around the decline in registration numbers, remember now under the new dispensation, we issue 3-year FFCs, right? So we will only see the increase right now in this current financial year by the end of October. And then the ones that he was alluding to is the new registrations, which really we don't have control of because that's not our existing database. But as far as the FFC automation chairperson, I did allude to it earlier when I spoke about the CIO and we are working on a automation system, and hopefully we will be able to launch it still now in Q3 because that has been a contentious issue for many, many years. And like the chair has alluded to, in terms of doing an entire ICT overhaul, with the budget that we have, it hasn't been possible. So we had to then take a step back and say, what is it that we can do as far as the digitalization of our processes is concerned, so that we can at least move the needle in that regard, which it is now underway. The issue of transformation, I think, Chair, it was answered, as especially pertaining to Section 1 of the PPA. And with one of our programs that that have been captured in our APP, we have really been deliberate around the transformation initiative. And I think, Chair, it is also important to note that in this sector, the focus really should be around, building sustainable businesses and entrepreneurs, because then that will talk to the, it will be a plug and play for the new entrants in the sector. And I think that's one of the areas that we have been doing well on as an entity. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, CEO. Honorable Poole, are you fine?
Fine, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Abada.
Hi, Chair. Hi, good day, everybody. I'm going to switch off my camera. Thank you. Okay. I've got some questions and comments and recommendations. I'll start with my questions. How does PRA justify an 80% performance rate when it still sits with a qualified audit opinion, which undermines the credibility of every reported achievement? Why did it take years of neglect before invalid receivables of over 130 million were cleared, and who is being held accountable for this historic financial management? And the third question, with current assets declining due to operational strain and billing shifts, what is the PRA's plan to ensure financial stability without continuously relying on revaluations of land and buildings to mask liquidity weaknesses? My comments to the department: it is deeply concerning that transformation milestones are being paraded while the foundation of governance and accountability remains shaky. A qualified audit cannot be downplayed. It is a red flag that speaks to systemic weaknesses in financial management and compliance. The committee cannot applaud the PRA for cleaning up financial messes that should never have been allowed in the first place. My recommendations: the PRA must urgently establish a clear accountability framework with names and consequences for those responsible for years of poor financial controls. Stronger internal audit systems and real-time monitoring must be implemented, not just corrective action after audit findings. Transformation initiatives should be matched with transparent financial reporting so that gains are not overshadowed by recurring governance failures. And I just want to say to the department, we need to take accountability, for everything that's going on. We're not here to fight. Let us all work together. It's people's money, the taxpayers' money that gives us our budgets, and those budgets are supposed to assist our people that don't have. So What I'm saying is we cannot do the same thing and expect a different result. Let's just work together. Let's stop being angry with one another, because being angry with one another is not going to change anything. It's just going to bring animosity amongst us. So let's, as a department, let's work together. Let's see how we can change this and how we can bring dignity to our people. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. We really I would repeat that we take serious note of what has been raised and what is before us, and we will improve. We are going to have the deliverables and be accountable throughout the value chain. I can add that actually even the ministers also contacted me about most of these concerns, and we would say we're still going to engage on how best to address them.
Okay.
And strengthen the oversight role and accountability. Thank you.
Okay. CEO.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you for the members' comments and also recommendations. I think the one that I'll touch on is around the credibility or the reliance on our overall performance. Remember, this is the first year that the Auditor General actually audited our AOPO. It has never been done in the past. And based on their report and what they've been able to gather, there were no findings around any of our programs. So there was an unqualification in that regard. So I just wanted to give comfort to the chair and the members that what you see as being reported has been validated and it is true like it has been presented. And then just the issue on the 130 million, remember these are also, it's a historical cleanup. That goes back, to 15 years CFO. So we had to take a stab at it at some point, somebody had to, and this is what we have been able to do, Chair, but the comments are noted. Thank you.
Honorable Abada, are you fine?
Yes, Chair. I just, with the 130 million, I just want to know, because my question was, who is being held accountable for this historic financial mismanagement? Is there anyone being held responsible for it, or is it just going to slide? Thanks, Chair.
CEO.
Chairperson, I think just to paint another picture, just in this last financial year, we've had 4 CFOs. We've got the last one standing, who's an acting CFO. But for matters that emanate from 15 years ago, I'm not quite sure, unless we go back and then hold those individuals. And the previous CEO, actually, the second last permanent CFO of the entity is actually deceased now. She passed away during COVID. So, but yeah, but it is noted, Chairperson and Member Abada.
Are you saying from 2021, early 22, today's 2025, you never recruited a CFO after she passed on?
No, Chairperson. Through you, Chair. Remember, there was a CFO when we met, I believe, at our first portfolio committee. The CFO, that was the first CFO after the decease of Ms. Karen's son. And then since his resignation, we did embark on a recruitment process, which the Chair alluded to that it's done so that the individual after concurrence will be, upon concurrence rather, will be starting on the 1st of November.
In your presentation, CEO, you you alluded to interviews of franchisee. Can you take us on board in detail?
Recruitment of the franchisees, Chairperson? Oh,
Yeah.
yes. Remember, Chairperson, as one of our transformation initiatives, we joined hands with one of the property groups, the Rawson Property Group, where they have awarded 10 franchises to PDIs throughout the country, with the most concentration obviously being in Gauteng. So the interviews that I was talking to Chairperson is that we are now getting ready to onboard the second cohort of this program, and we are holding interviews for the shortlisted candidate. It was sent out to all the practitioners, the full status practitioners, as well as the principals. And the first set of interviews will be held in KZN next week, where we are interviewing 7 potential recipients of the franchises. And then the 2 days following that, we will be doing Gauteng. But from Gauteng, it will be practitioners from Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Western Cape, and Northwest. So the total that we'll be interviewing is about 29. And obviously, if all of them are successful, they will be awarded this opportunity. And I just wanted to reiterate, Chair, that all of them are PDIs, which will address some of the, inclusivity, rather, that the previous members had alluded to, Chairperson.
Okay. Is there anybody from AG? Anyone from AG South Africa?
Hi, good morning, Honorable Chairperson and the members of Portfolio Committee. Yes, I'm here on behalf of AG.
Do you have anything to say about what we just discussed?
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. I think on the audit action plan, I think what I can confirm is that our report, as presented to the Portfolio Committee yesterday, it is still factual correct to say there is no effective audit action plan to address the issues at PPRA. And I'm glad the chairperson of the board, did made the concurrence with what we have included on the report to say they're actually in a process of ensuring that they get to the root cause. They do like a dipstick of what is wrong to make sure that they get this right. So what I can confirm to the Portfolio Committee is that, yes, that statement which you have included on the report, it is still factual correct. And that is the message that we have been communicating with the Audit Committee and then also with the board through the Audit Committee, that there must be a dipstick in order for us to see PPRA moving forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Chairperson of the board, your last word. We are going to move away from your report. Do you want to say something before I close the item?
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Chairperson and members, I'd just like to express my appreciation and gratitude for this opportunity. We'll walk out of this room with a different outlook and the mandate to perform accordingly. And when we report back to you, it will be a different outcome altogether. Thank you, Chairperson and members. And thank you for accommodating us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We hope you are. The reason why, because it's a virtual, I recommended that all board members must attend. Is because the they as board members must also have a feel of the discussions with the portfolio committee and appreciate the inputs of the portfolio committee. Because we, like Honorable Abada said, we are here to assist you to make sure that you deliver services to our people. And PPRA is an important entity because it plays a major role in transforming the industry. So we need to make sure that we are focused, and we are happy that the minister has finally appointed a fully fledged board. She has filled all the vacancies, and we congratulate you. But we are requesting you to be vigilant and make sure that the organization performs as expected. Like the person from AG said, AG are saying quality of financial statements are not good, prevention of irregular and unauthorized and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. They don't see a plan. Consequence management, they still say it's not effective, and revenue management. So we'd like you to make sure that as an accounting authority, you follow up on the accounting officer with her staff to make sure that these things are corrected. The action plan, even from the DG's office, will request that the person who's delegated to oversee entities is able to follow up, because in the next 3 months, we'll need a report and progress report. But at the same time, as a portfolio committee, we have an intention, Chairperson, to come and meet with the whole board physically. We'll come to Gauteng around February, March, April. And when we come there, we'll still expect you to brief us on the outcome of your strategic plan and the progress made with regard to what the AG has said and what honorable members of the portfolio committee have suggested in their inputs. For now, thanks very much. We wish you luck and the best as you go on with your strategic planning session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Can we then move on to HDA? I've seen the chairperson is present. I've seen the CEO is present. I've seen the CFO is present. Good morning, Chairperson of HDA.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and the honorable members.
You are really welcome. I'm not sure whether you were already online when we congratulated HDA for achieving a clean audit. We really congratulate you for that. We're in your hands. You can do opening remarks. Your report. Thank you, Chair. If you have other board members on the platform, you are welcome to introduce them.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. And maybe up front, I would like to beg your pardon for my voice. It has been affected a little bit, but I'll be able to do my task at hand. Firstly, maybe before I proceed, Honorable Chairperson and the members of the Portfolio Committee, honorable members. Let me upfront acknowledge the presence of the DG, Dr. Miemi, in our presence and his team. And obviously, we have heard the apology of the Honorable Minister and the Deputy Minister, but in absentia, I would want to acknowledge them as well. And thank you very much, Chairperson, for the congratulatory message that you have posted on us as the team of HDA and a team of human settlement. But this is not our achievement, it's the achievement of the people of South Africa, because the issue of human settlement is the core of, is the cornerstone of the change that this government has been initiated for many, many years. Chairperson, indeed, I'm not alone today. For the first time, we have got the other board members in our presence that are part of the team. I will just introduce them by their name, and probably when, if it's an opportune time, or if the chairperson feels so, they can further introduce themselves and show their face, and also make sure that at least their voice are also heard. The first person, chairperson, who is not part of the team today, his apology has been tendered, is board member Vincent Rabutata. His apology was tendered earlier on by the committee secretary, and it has been duly accepted by the honorable members. But I do have with me the deputy chairperson of the board, who is Ms. Nelisiwe Bai. And I also have Dr. Mrs. Mieza with me, who is a board member.
Can we see the face, Chair?
Okay, Deputy Chairperson, the Deputy Chairperson, Ms. Bayu, the Honorable Chairperson of the committee, is requesting to see your face, and probably can also, in a short way, introduce your participation in the board in terms of committee participation.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairperson of the Board. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, and to your members. My name is Nelisiwe Bai. I am the Deputy Chair of the HDA Board. I'm also a member of the REMCO, a member of Audit and Risk. I'm also an interim chair for the Social and Ethics Committee. Thank you so much.
Can the other board members proceed in that way, so that we try to save on time?
Good morning, Chairperson of Portfolio Committee. I would say all protocols observed. My name is Nalini Maharaj. I'm an HDA board member. I'm also the current interim chair of the Audit Committee, and I also then serve on the LPPD Committee and the Social and Ethics Committee. And thank you for having us, and have a blessed day further.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Paksiwa Jana. I'm a board member for the HDA, and I serve on the following board committees: the Ethics Committee, the REMCO Committee, and the Land and Property Committee. Thank you to yourself, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, and honorable members. Thanks.
Can we get other board members, please, to introduce yourself?
Chairperson, was I audible when I introduced myself?
Yes, you are. You were audible. You may just leave, yeah. I'm calling upon I'm calling upon other board members to introduce themselves.
If they are not there, let's continue, Chair.
Okay. Thank you so much, Chairperson, once again. I'm not sure if you will, the Chairperson would prefer that I proceed while I'm on camera, or it is sufficient for now.
Yeah, you can close. You can switch off your camera, it's fine. It refuses to switch off. Continue.
Yeah, no, it's fine, Chair. Chair, like I've already alluded that as the entity of human settlement, we feel proud that we are part of the family, and it is my honor and privilege, Honorable Chair, to present the Housing Development Agency Annual Performance Report for 2024-2025 financial year. The HDA has achieved a remarkable and qualified audit outcome, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, with no findings. And we delivered a 95% of our own annual performance target. These outcomes demonstrate strongly, Honorable Chair, the governance, discipline, financial management, and operational efficiency. However, honorable members, we must also highlight serious challenges that threaten business continuity in the entity of HDA. This will highlight, Chair, but we are mindful that internally, together with the DG and his team and the minister, we are working on it, and hopefully by the time you visit us, we will have some possible solution to try to mitigate on this kind of a threat. Honorable Chair, these challenges are sudden. It is mostly regarding the sudden withdrawal of the contracted project by some.
We have lost you, Chair.
Provision. Yes, am I still audible, Chair? I'm sorry about that. I think there are some challenges where I am.
Audible, yes. We lost you when you said there was a withdrawal of.
Yes, I was saying there are two main issues, Chair, that we are working on with the minister and the DG and his team to try to find, a new shift in the way in which this threat can be mitigated. And this is mainly the sudden withdrawal of contracted projects. And the CEO will talk much about the details of that, and as well as the delay in the flow of funds from some of the provincial departments, which have placed the significant strain on the agency's ability to plan and deliver effectively. This disruption, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, have not only affected project implementation, but also exposed the HDA to a potential legal and contractual litigation risk arising from our inability to meet obligation to service providers and implementing partners. Furthermore, Chair, the current funding model, which depends largely on project-based recoveries, limits our ability to plan sustainably or retain critical delivery capacity. It does not adequately support the long-term execution of our legislative mandate as the developer of choice in the human settlement sector. To secure the agency's stability and sustainability, Honorable Chair, there is an urgent need for a reposition and predictable funding framework, one that allows proactive planning, mitigate risk, and ensure that the HDA can deliver on its developmental mandate with confidence. Honorable Chairperson and the HDA remain committed to working closely with the department, the ministry, and this committee to find lasting policy and physical solutions that will safeguard the agency's operational continuity and strengthen delivery to the people of South Africa. I would like, for now, Chairperson, with your permission, I would like to request the CEO to take us further in terms of the delivering of our report to the Honorable Committee. CEO, can you assist to get into the details in terms of our report? Thank you very much. With your permission, Chair.
CEO,
Thank you, Chair.
you are not audible.
Can you hear me now, Chair?
Hey, your voice is too faint.
I wonder why. Okay, Chair, let me ask my colleague then. I don't know why. Let me ask my colleague to take you through the presentation. Then I will see what the challenge is this side.
And the camera.
And the camera is on.
It's not on. Yeah, we can see your camera is on now.
Okay.
Chair, good morning, Chairperson. My name is Deborah Sejani. As the CEO said, is my camera not on? Is my camera on now? It should be on.
No, it's not on. Continue.
Okay. Okay. It's on now?
Yes.
Okay. I'll go back to sharing, Chair, and I'll leave the camera on with your permission, as you have requested. Our presentation, Chair, is it on the screen now?
Yes. Just
Okay.
need to, yeah, it's fine.
As the chairperson of our board has already said, the purpose of our presentation is to bring to the attention of the committee the annual report of the agency for the previous financial year. I'm presenting on behalf of our CEO. He will be available to respond to questions. Doesn't look like it's sharing. Chair, as the chairperson has already said, we have emerged from a period of instability and we have achieved a turnaround. And for the first year, for the first time in a couple of years, we have secured a clean audit, which is colloquial, but the proper accounting term is the unqualified audit with no findings. We have attained that in the year under review. Your chairperson, you've already acknowledged that at the beginning of the session. We have achieved 95% of our targets. In essence, what that means, Chair, is that for the planned predetermined objectives that we had in our annual performance plan for the year under review, we have achieved all but one. And that one I will go into a bit later on. We have been able, Chairperson, to acquire land, well-located land, as part of our mandate. We have been able to acquire well-located land to ensure that there's land available for human settlements in areas that are closer to amenities. We have been able, Chairperson, also in the year under review to service about 3,828 sites that we have delivered, service sites, and this is an overachievement on the target that we had. Chair, also we have in the previous financial year been able to also work with the sector to upgrade 46 informal settlements to phase 3. These are informal settlements in various parts of the country, but in particular, most of them are in the Eastern Cape, and they have been upgraded with the installation of services up to phase 3, Chair. We have also been able to remove 313 asbestos roofs. Of particular importance from our perspective, Chair, given the journey that we are on as an entity to becoming a fully fledged developer of choice, we would like to highlight that in the previous financial year, we went into detail in terms of developing 4 development plans for properties that are owned by the HDA, so that we can transform those properties into human settlements. In the year under review, we completed development plans for those properties with financial viability, and those properties are the Sea Point property in Cape Town, Braamfontein property here in Johannesburg, Kimberley property. This is actually owned by is on behalf of the provincial government, and then the Strand property. Chair, we would also like to highlight that in the year under review, you will see when we present our audit outcome that we have enhanced our internal controls to prevent irregular expenditures. So any irregular expenditure that is coming up in our documentation and from the AG is from prior years, and there has been plans that were put in place to ensure that we do not incur in the year under review. So in the year under review, there is no irregular or fruitless expenditure that is under assessment, determination, or even under investigation. Chair, we will then look at the highlights in terms of our performance trends. As you can see, this has been our journey over the last 4 years. You have correctly outlined at the beginning that the agency had some challenges previously, but this is where we are sitting now. The slide basically just gives a comparative in terms of the programs, program 1, 2, and 3, which is the programs that we are reporting against. Chair, I will not go into detail in terms of each area. I've covered that in the summary, but I will then go into the area where we have not achieved, which is the number of housing units. Chairperson, the target that we had set for ourselves based on the work that was allocated to the HDA by partners at the beginning of the financial year and at the point when we had the plans approved, it was 2,901. We were only able to achieve 872. Our chairperson of the board has already mentioned some of the reasons why we are unable to deliver in some of our targets, and we do consider this as a critical target for the HDA, and the minister, the DM, the chairperson of our board, the CEO, there's already been some engagements at this level to ensure that we do not encounter this challenge again, because the main reason why we were unable to meet this target, chairperson, it is because of the delays in project implementation by some partners, and those delays were occasioned by the fact that funding didn't flow in time, and that projects were withdrawn that were allocated to the HDA for various reasons. The agency is currently utilizing the established IGR forums to ensure that this challenge doesn't occur again. We're utilizing MinMax. We are also engaging the minister, who's also championing this matter for us with the provinces that we work with. Chair, in terms of our performance against budget, this is the performance expenditure per budget program. We have 3 programs: administration, land management, program planning and design, and this is how we have spent in the previous financial year. This aligns also with our achievement for the financial year under review. We are tag teaming this presentation, Chair, so I will hand over to our CFO at this point, who will then take us through the audit outcome and the financial statements. We thought that we should just highlight the key issues so that we give enough room for discussions at the end, Chair. With your permission, I'll then hand over to our CFO so that she can take us through the financial statements and the audit outcome. CFO.
Okay. Good morning, Honorable Chair and the Honorable committee members. My name is Joy Masemola, so I will be taking you through the financial performance report. Chair, with your permission, I will stop the video. Yeah, Chair, in terms of the audit outcome for 2024-25 financial year, Chair, we did obtain a clean audit, and also on the predetermined objectives as well as on compliance, there were no material findings that were raised by the Auditor General, Chair. And then in the next slide, Chair, when we look at the audit opinion dashboard on the left, that will be the previous financial year, and on the right, that will be the comparison for 2024 and 2025 financial year. Chair, you'll see that previously for 2023-24, we only had one issue that was holding us back on the AFS and the annual report, of which when you look at 2024-25 financial year, that matter has been resolved, and we ensure that there's additional internal controls as well as reviews that happens in this financial year. So that's why, therefore, we have obtained a clean audit in this matter, Chair. Moving on to the next slide. Chair, under the irregular expenditure, Chair, we thought we should include the slide on irregular expenditure as well as fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Looking at the irregular expenditure, Chair, you will see that in the annual report, there is a balance of 260 million that is still outstanding. And if you can see the opening balance there was sitting at 368 million, Chair, and meaning that these the closing balance is coming from the previous financial year. So the matters that are still outstanding that we are busy with, Chair, we do have cases amounting to 78 million, which these cases are being handled by the SIU, Chair, for recovery. So we do have those court papers, and Chair, to also clean up our financials, Chair, will also be taking all these cases, since this matter is being handled by the SIU, we'll be taking it to the condonation committee through the board as well, and so that these matters can be removed from our irregular expenditure register. So there's also cases amounting to 182 million, Chair, making up the 260 million, and this is on the sanitation project, Chair, and this irregular expenditure was incurred during 2021 financial year, Chair, and we have taken the report to the board previously, and as we came in, Chair, we also took consequence management on this irregular expenditure. So therefore, what is remaining that is going to be completed in this financial year is just to compile the report, also attach the consequence management evidence that has been taken, and request for the board to approve as well to remove from the register, Chair. All right, and then on the next slide, on the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, Chair, there's 2 million rand there, Chair, and it's coming from the previous financial years as well, because this financial year we have not incurred any fruitless and wasteful expenditure. We have been tactful in terms of reducing or not incurring fruitless and wasteful expenditure, because this comes through mainly from the municipality bills that needs to be paid, the interest that is there, as well as the penalties that are being charged on our accounts. We also have one from SARS, and we are in negotiations with SARS to also write off, because we do have valid reasons why those invoices, they were not paid on time. So we are in the process of either recovering or as well as just ensuring that the municipalities reverse the interest that has been charged. So we will deal with the closing balance of 2 million in this current financial year. All right, in the next slide, Chair, if I can take you through the statement of the budget versus the actual. Chair, you will see that under revenue, especially from the exchange transactions, Chair, when you look at our management fees and fund management fees, they are lower than budgeted for, Chair, because we have lost the sanitation project. In fact, it came to an end. The agreement came to an end in July 2024. So therefore, we could not capitalize on that. So therefore, that reflects the loss of income there. And then also, there's also big and high value projects, especially from the Eastern Cape, Chair, that came to an end during the financial year. So that's why you see the decline in our revenue there, Chair. And then, Chair, on the province support operational grants, it is high, it's higher than the previous year, however, lower than the budgeted figure due to some of the MTOPs have been renewed with the provinces, and we have received a payment. However, we still have outstanding payments that still needs to be collected from the provinces, Chair. Now, Chair, when we look at the expenditure, land and related costs, the current year actual figure has actually exceeded the budget, and it's mainly due to the new and the material costs that were incurred, mainly for the maintenance, security, as well as rates and taxes for the properties that are in our asset register, which is Bramfontein, Eskom, Kimberley Building, as well as the Sea Point property, Chair. So otherwise, overall, Chair, you will see that the agency has implemented sound cost containment strategies and disciplined expenditure management processes, because we have realized an overall budget saving of about 85 million during the financial year, Chair. So we are committed to financial prudence, fiscal accountability, and the efficient utilization of public resources in support of its development mandate. So when we move on to the next slide, Chair, I will take you through the statement of financial position. So when we look at the trust funds, this is where we disclose the funds we receive from stakeholders for the purchase of land on their behalf. So you will see that this figure has reduced from 596 million to 111 million. And it's mainly driven by the 403 million that was paid by one of the conveyancers to the seller towards the rapid land release program. So, and meaning that they have finalized the registration at the deeds office of these properties, Chair. Right, when we look at the receivables from exchange, Chair, there was an increase there of about 220 million in our receivables, and in the main is dominated by the Eastern Cape region, Chair, where we are the National Department is also assisting us in terms of collecting these funds that are due by the Eastern Cape Department to the HDA. And then when we look at cash and cash equivalents, there is a decline of about 467 million, Chair, due to payments that were made during the financial year. And also what is evident, also what supports what the Chair has indicated, that in terms of the loss of business, Chair, the cash outflows have surpassed the cash inflows during the year. So also the Eastern Cape matter, where we have escalated to the department to assist us to collect that debt. Then when we look at the property, plant and equipment, the additions there, it's mainly the computer equipment and office equipment that were purchased to date. And also the decline of 4.2 million, it's mainly driven by the depreciation on those assets. And on the intangible assets, Chair, it's mainly the purchase of the licenses for our software, servers, and the laptops. And then when we move on to the next slide, Chair, when on the liabilities, Chair, when we look at payables from exchange transactions, you will see that there has been a significant decline from 1.5 billion to 822 million. And at the end of the financial year, it was mainly the project supplier invoices that were outstanding, and they were subsequently paid after the financial year end. So also included in that is the 403 million that was paid by the conveyancers to the sellers, or to the sellers of the properties, as I've indicated, under receivables. And then, Chair, under the provisions, mainly we make provision for the bonus as well as the audit fee there, Chair. And then under the long-term portion of payables from exchange transactions, Chair, you will notice that the 32 million, which was disclosed in the previous financial year, has now become due within the next 12 months. So that has moved to the short-term, to the current liabilities, Chair. So in total, in terms of our retentions, we were sitting at 82.5 million, Chair, at the time. Right, Chair, on the next slide, statement of financial performance. When we look at management fees, I think, Chair, I've also touched a bit on this when we looked at the budget versus the actual. However, here we do comparatives between the two financial years. In terms of management fees, okay, year to date, the surplus is actually sitting at 85 million, as I've indicated. Management fees and fund management fees, Chair, you will notice that they are lower than the previous financial year, Chair, due to the loss of income, as I've indicated, as well as the projects that came to an end from the Eastern Cape, Chair. And then I've indicated on the support grants, where some of the MTOP agreements have been renewed, Chair. We have received some of those funds. And then under other income, Chair, there has been an increase of about 14.3 to about from 6 million to 14.3 million, and mainly because of the impairment reversal of 11.8. In the previous financial year, the Bramfontein building, Chair, it was impaired due to the flooding in that building. So this was corrected in this financial year, Chair. So therefore, that's why that impairment was reversed in this current financial year. So yeah. Right. And then in terms of the interest income, Chair, which has reduced from 24 million to 12.5 million, Chair, it's mainly due to the cash levels that has reduced, as you have noted in the statement of financial position, Chair. All right. And then when we look at the transfers, this is the transfer, Chair, that we received. This is the allocation we received from the department, which amounts to 254 million. So we have received that fully from the department, Chair. So when we move on to the next slide, when we look at the expenditure, Chair, here is just to highlight under the employee-related cost, it has increased from the previous financial year figure by 11.7 due to annual increases, as well as the current year appointments that were made, Chair. So I have spoken about the depreciation and the impairment, the impairment that has declined, Chair, because we have reversed the other impairment in the previous financial year, Chair. And then when we look at the land and related costs, Chair, as I've indicated, is due to those 4 buildings that are in our asset register, and because we are obligated to provide security on those properties, and there's also rates and taxes that we have to pay the Chair. All right, and then on the technical and project services, this expenditure relates to consultancy services on funds budgeted from the MTOP, and we also see it's mainly driven by the KZN floods project, and the spending decreased than expected, as some of the regional offices' operational projects were implemented timely due to delays in receiving those MTOP funds. All right, and then when the next slide, Chair, when we look at the external audit action plan, Chair, you'll see we're making reference to the finding, as well as the how it was corrected, as well as the proposed mitigation actions that addresses the root cause, Chair. So you will notice that the finding 1, 2, 3, 4, those are the findings that were corrected during the audit, and we did make adjustments. Those adjustments, they were not material, Chair. That's why it was not flagged by the AG, Chair. So, but however, in terms of addressing the root cause, because this was on the financials, Chair, we have enhanced the review process and the reconciliation procedures. We have also strengthened our internal review controls, as well as ensuring that timelines are being met and monitored. And as well, we've put in place the independent review, Chair. So on others, therefore, Chair, there will also be the monthly and quarterly monitoring, and as well as reviews. And we are also capacitating our unit, the finance unit, and we are also providing training mainly on the GRAP, Chair. And then we have also developed a disclosure compliance checklist with GRAP, just to make sure that we do not miss anything when we're compiling the financial statements. And then when we look at number 5, Chair, there was a finding on bidders' points incorrectly allocated. So this was a control deficiency on our side, Chair. However, we can indicate that there was no service provider that was disadvantaged due to these points incorrectly allocated. It's just that in the report, they were not recorded correctly, Chair. However, in terms of appointments, we have made the correct appointments and according to the regulations. So with regards to that request, Chair, we have strengthened our verification of the scoring. So now the report that goes to the BAC as well, it needs to also indicate those scoring so that BAC can also verify those scores. And we have enhanced our review as well as the accountability. And then we've also there's also a mandatory documentation of the reasons, Chair, and we also look at the those points, Chair, as the BAC, and also the enhanced review process, as well as we do every year. We take members of all the bid committees for training, as well as capacity building within the SCM unit, Chair. So we are also appointing a compliance specialist to also look at this before the accounting officer can also sign off on the appointments. And then the last one, Chair, it's also on the policies not timelessly reviewed. Chair, mainly this finding, it was on the our policies not indicating the when will the timeline of the policy, whether it's valid for 3 years or so. So we have rectified that in all our policies, Chair, that these policies will be reviewed on a 3-year basis or as and when it is required. So also training and capacity of this team as well, and also the annual review. It has been included in the annual review calendar, Chair. So it's something that we also included in our Operation Clean Audit meetings that we will look at, Chair. So, Chair, that is the end of my presentation. I will take it back to the CE. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Joy. Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, we would like to now hand over to the chairperson of our board so he can then speak to the recommendation to the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Committee members. With your permission, Honorable Chair, I would like now to request the Portfolio Committee of Human Settlement, honorable members, to note and engage with the report and further processing it by the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee where necessary. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, can we engage with the report? Honorable Poole, can I see hands that would like to engage with the report? I know we're excited because HDA has achieved a clean audit. According to the AG, they don't have many issues. Now they performed at 95%, but there's still this 5% that they could not go through. Also, the AG is saying their performance is at 85 or 86%, but they are saying they are at 95%. Honorable Poole, I give you...
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
Chair, yeah, let me congratulate HDA for their magnificent audit outcome and go straight to my questions. It's 2 questions, Chair. Specifically on financial sustainability and provincial debt. While the HDA has achieved an impressive clean audit and surplus, the presentation indicates that several provinces, particularly, and they alluded to it, the Eastern Cape and Free State, they owe the agency nearly 300 million in unpaid management and project fees. What measures are being taken to recover these funds? And how will the HDA safeguard itself from future provincial non-payment that threatens its financial sustainability? 2, Chair, on project pipeline and delivery continuity, the report showed that many high-value projects, including the sanitation initiative and major Eastern Cape developments, have now been concluded. What contract plans does the HDA have to secure new large-scale projects to sustain delivery momentum and project jobs, especially given its critical role in upgrading informal settlements and releasing well-located land. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Maybe just as a response, I will ask the CEO to bring in the details to that. But on the recovery of money owed to HDA by provinces, in particular the Eastern Cape, we have already engaged with the shareholder, being the minister and the DG and the team, as well as the provincial MEC and the HOD in this regard. This is in relation to the IGR kind of intervention. That process is it's ongoing, and hopefully in the very near future, this matter will be resolved. There is no dispute in terms of whether we are being owed or not. I think the challenge is the availability of funds from the client, and in this instance from the province. But I will leave that for more details to the CEO to explain what is happening in that regard. In terms of the securing a future high value project, this is what I was referring to initially, Honorable Chairperson, to say probably, not probably, our thinking and our belief is that the current funding model is not assisting because we don't have our own plans, or we don't have our own determination in terms of what is it that we can do, even if we do have the capacity to do such kind of project, because the money, the funding model, we don't have funds that comes directly to us. We have to rely on the other entities like the province or the metros. So when we talk about the policy shift and the fiscal rearrangement in this regard, if that succeed, it will definitely assist the HDA to plan better and identify critical projects that will have a direct impact and high value impact to our communities that we are serving. But I think the CEO can add on that. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. With your permission.
Thank you, CEO.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, can you hear me now?
You are better now. Much better.
I'm sorry, I've connected with the phone, so when you see iPhone, please don't be worried. It's my phone, Chair. I'm not sure what was happening with the system, but I think, Chair, let me deal with the issues of financial sustainability. And then I think in concurrence, I'll deal with it with the financial debt also, so that the two go hand in hand. Chair, the HDA has the primary mandate and the secondary mandate. But in terms of our secondary mandate, if you look at what our secondary mandate is that we've been, the secondary mandate has us to assist the departments and municipalities where there's a need. So what it has been is that it has been a pool service. From the municipalities and the departments. They will tell us, this is what we want from you. We want you to assist us with the title deeds, for example, and then that's what we will come into. So purely on that basis, we were also understanding that we offer a pool service, that these are all the mezzanine services we've got. You then choose which one you want, and then based on that, there's the service that we will give to you. But the challenge with that, Chair, is that when the department also starts to have less amounts of money allocated to them, the funds allocated to them, it then has an impact on us, because then they don't then allocate that much to the HDA, even though some of them, it will be where we have signed the MTOPs with them. For example, if you look at in terms of the KPI that we didn't perform on, is that we had put the targets based on what we had agreed with the departments. But unfortunately, when the department, the Free State Department pulled back some of the projects, saying that because they also are not as busy, they need to do those projects themselves, then we could not change it on our side. So those are the issues that we're sitting with, Chair. So from a sustainability point of view, the challenge was that we are offering a pool service, and then the departments will choose as to which service they want from us. But what we have looked at now, Chair, and then we have discussed that in the board strategy session that just passed, to say we've got pool service then, and we understand that. But there are services that we do also understand that from the HDA point of view, for example, we're very strong when it comes to issues of planning. And we know that municipalities necessarily do lack in some of those in terms of the planning processes. And we're saying, instead of just being reactive and being a pull service, let's now try and be a push service, go to the municipalities, plan with them. We did an analysis, for example, Chair, to say that if we look at the municipality that one of the municipalities that we were looking at is that their the technical water losses is sitting at 52%, which means that they've got a revenue loss of around 52%, which, if you look at it, is a simple opportunity cost that if we help them to recover the 52% water loss, it will then assist them in terms of their revenue stream. So purely on that basis, we're saying, as much as we will still be a pool service where other people say, we want you to assist us with title deeds, we want you to assist us with 1, 2, 3, 4, but we can also be proactive and say, let's look at what are the other municipalities struggling with. For example, the issues of applying applications for RBIC and so forth. We've got a strong strength there as the HDA, because we've been working with writing of documents and all of that. So we can assist them with doing the project packaging for them to then go to apply for RBIC and all of those other grants that are there. So that is the service that we are also looking at, and then that, I think, it will answer what the member pool was raising in terms of what is then are we looking at in terms of the sustainability. So from a sustainability point of view, that's one issue that we are looking at. But the other issue, Chair, that we need to look at is that if you look at our primary mandate, from a counter-cyclical investment strategy point of view, we are saying that when the primary mandate is starting to lower down, we need to have another strategy that will counter that from an investment point. So our counter-cyclical strategy, Chair, there is that we need to push the primary mandate even more, so that then we become the developer of choice, the developer of choice for government, as this has been raised. So to the extent that we need to do that, Chair, we have been looking at the business model that we need to do. We are now in the process of taking some of the projects that we had in terms of the land parcels that we have and the buildings that we have, like the Bram building. We are now taking them to bankability. And the reason why we're doing that, we're taking them to bankability, is because we are saying out of that, it will also still assist, because at the end of the day, what is important is the spatial transformation. But we need to then say, if it's lower in terms of the secondary mandate, we can then counter-cyclically look at the primary mandate, but use it also, because at the end it still assists in terms of more, especially the inner city regeneration. How do we deal with the issue of the buildings that were hijacked, for example, in the city centers? How do we then convert those into human settlement? And that is what we are looking at, and that's where you'll see that the biggest part of our model now is to try and get to a point where we say, how do we take all of those buildings to bankability, and then we can then have a private sector working with us to say, how do we move forward with that? But also working together with the SHRA and working together with NHFC to say, between us and NHFC, some of these buildings, we can fund them and use them maybe for low cost rentals and so forth. So that's why we're looking at different models, Chair, to say what models can we use, so that we don't just say the HDA, if it's not getting any work from the secondary mandate, then there is nothing that we can do in terms of adding value. from a human settlement point of view. So I think both of those, Chair, we're looking at them in that way to say this is what we will be dealing with to add value to the human settlement. On the issue of the financial debt, Chair, it's an interesting dynamic, very nuanced in its nature and character, in a sense that there was an issue, if you remember, Chair, where at some point some of the departments were using the HDA to say we will use them as the fiscal dumping, so that from our side it becomes that we have expensed because they are a cash basis. So then that the issue then became, let's now move to a value creation. But the problem with the value creation is that we then do the work and then we get paid. We do the work and we get paid. So it creates a problem because then there's a lag in terms of the payments. But from our side, we also need to make sure that the services continue. So because of that, that's why you end up with a financial debt that we're sitting with, where you'll have the HDA being owed around 300 million. And it's something that we're looking at. And then in terms of our discussions with the department, we are also saying that if you look at what the DORA says, specifically, it says that it's not necessarily against the tranche payments, but we need to be able to say the tranche payments are done for a particular role that it has to do. This is the work that must be done. This is the work that has been agreed to. But in that one, it's very cautious to say that it should not be used. Technically, it will be that to increase its expenditure in a wrong way. So this is what was happening, unfortunately. And then in us keeping it, I can simply say the unintended consequence was that we threw the baby with the bathtub, because now we're sitting with a situation of value creation that has created a situation whereby we are now, our debt has increased because the money is sitting there. We must first do the work and then only then we get paid. So those are the discussions that we are having on our level with the DG, but also at the level of the minister and the board. The discussion was there when we had the board meeting.
We've lost you, CEO.
I'm saying, can you hear me now, Chair?
Yes.
I'm saying we've looked at it, and then the board has also looked at it with the minister to say that we need to have a balance between the value creation and the tranche payments, because we've also looked at it in relation to the DORA, because the DORA also says that you can do tranche payments, but these are the conditions that you have to do them under. And then we've looked at that to say that it shouldn't be used, in terms of just making look like you have expensed when there's no equivalent asset on the ground. So all of those things, we've looked at them to say, where do we get the checks and balances? And then I think that's what we are dealing with now, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Poole, are you fine?
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Princess?
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to HDA for this clean audit. It is greatly welcomed. But I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't ask questions.
Move closer to the mic.
Okay,
I can't
sorry,
hear you well.
Okay. Can you hear me now, Chair?
Better.
Okay. So as I was saying, we thank HDA for the presentation, and we welcome the clean audit. But I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't ask questions and give comments and recommendations. So my questions: the HDA has a clear mandate to unblock stalled projects and expedite housing delivery. Yet despite billions allocated, many projects remain incomplete or delayed. What concrete measures are being taken to ensure accountability for underperformance, and when will communities finally see results on the ground? The report shows significant expenditure, but with recurring irregularities and poor monitoring of grants to provinces and municipalities. How is the HDA strengthening financial controls and preventing funds meant for housing delivery from being lost to irregular expenditure or redirected without oversight? My last question. The presentation highlights targets and indicators, but the reality is that informal settlements are mushrooming and families remain in unsafe conditions. How does the HDA justify its performance reports when the lived reality of communities contradicts the claimed progress? My comments, the clean audits is most certainly welcomed, but it does not build houses. It only proves paperwork is in order. Communities cannot live inside audit outcomes. The agency is surviving on cost containment and not on the bold expansion of housing delivery that our people demand. A surplus of 85 million rand in the face of mass homelessness is a contradiction that insults the lived reality of the poor. The reliance on provinces that cannot pay or refuse to pay exposes how fragile the HDA so-called turnaround is. One defaulting province can cripple delivery, and that is unacceptable. My recommendations, sorry, just give me a second. Immediately impose strict consequence management of for failed projects. Officials and contractors must be held personally liable for delays and cost overruns. Redirect funds away from endless planning and into actual brick and mortar delivery, with monthly progress reports tabled to this committee and shared publicly. Establish an independent oversight mechanism involving civil society and community representatives to track HDA projects so accountability is not left in the hands of the same failing bureaucracy. And I also want to thank the HDA for taking accountability. And, you know, also the fact that there's minimal irregular expenditure. This is something that we all want to hear. And certainly the people of South Africa want to hear that we are spending the money that the taxpayers pay correctly. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Committee members. Without waste of time, I will request the CEO and the team to respond to some, and if there are some that they might not have touched, then I will come in. Thank you.
Yeah, Chairperson, maybe let me start with the issue of unblocking of projects and say that the difficulty with what, if you look at the mandate of the HDA, Chairperson, is that we don't get appropriation as the 10th province. So there are 9 provinces. We only get the transfers from the department in terms of the operational running of the HDA. So unblocking of projects, for especially if you look at the projects mostly, you'll find that most of the projects that are unblocked that are blocked is because of the bulk. So what we have then said when we spoke about how we want to be proactive is to try and assist the municipalities, because remember, the role remains with the municipality of bulk. But we said that we will assist them with the skills that we have. But we will not, unfortunately, if you look at some of the grants, they will also say that they want the core funding. So the core funding will have to come from the municipalities. So unfortunately for us as the HDA, there is nothing we can do in terms of that role, because technically that is not our role. We can only assist them where we can in terms of the designs, in terms of the application for the grants and so forth. But the unblocking of projects by its very nature, it's something that the department and the municipalities will have to look at, separate departments. Because let's say if the unblocking is happening in Free State, and then there are a number of issues that are happening in Free State, the department can ask us and say, let's do an MTOP, and then they give us an instruction to perform work. Then we can do that work for them. But ordinarily, as the HDA, we do not have control. That's why I'm saying our role has been that we are a pool service. Departments pull what they want from us and they give us an instruction to perform work, and we do the work based on what they are doing. So unfortunately, there is nothing there, Chair, that we can do, but except what we are doing now to say, let's be proactive and look at the municipalities and say, for example, if you look at their water demand, water management, we can then be able to say, but we see that you are struggling with your water demand, water management. How do we assist you there? And that's what we can do. Even in terms of the informal settlements, Chairperson, informal settlements happen at the local level. And then the municipality, together with the departments, provincial departments, will be the ones who are responsible for the informal settlement. If we are called in to say, can you formalize this informal settlement, we will then be able to come in and assist there. But ordinarily, that's not the role that we can initiate on our own, because we do not have the budget for that. The HDA Act, Section 29, says that where the minister gives us a ministerial directive, the minister will follow it with the budget. So in these cases, unless the minister says, I want to give the whole of the formalization of informal settlements to the HDA, and then this is the budget, and then I gets appropriated as a 10th province, that which I will be very happy, Chair. That part, I think we can do it that way. So purely on that basis, there is really nothing we can do with it. And then that includes the financial controls in terms of the departments. It will be difficult for us as the HDA to take control. But if you look at the financial controls from the HDA point of view, Chair, I think that you will agree that they are impeccable. I don't think that we are struggling in terms of that. I think that we have crossed the Rubicon, Chair. We are at a point where I think as the HDA, we have looked at what needed to be done. For 2 consecutive years, you will see, Chair, that we struggled with the financial, the F's, annual financial statements, and then we've corrected that now. I think we are at that point. Chair, I need to address the issue of the clean audits vis-a-vis people don't eat audits. I think, Chair, having been a municipal manager in my previous life, I think this statement, Chair, I don't know how the AG will address it, but it's very critical for us, Chair, not to lose sight of the fact that governance is as equally important. But also, Chair, if you look at the AOP, AOPO, you'll see that the auditors are mindful of the fact that there must be service delivered on the ground, and that is why we will be audited also in terms of the predetermined objectives. And then in us being audited on those, one of the things that us look at is whether there's relevance, there's impact, and so I don't want us to look at clean audit as if it's looking at only your financials and then it does not translate to the work on the ground. It does, Chair, and then we are measured on those also to say that let's look at your predetermined objectives and check whether those predetermined objectives have they been met, and then if they are met, were they relevant? Do they have an impact? And then all of those. So Chair, I'm raising this issue because it's starting to become something that is said out there. But having been in the municipality, I know that if that narrative can continue, Chair, it will create even a bigger problem in the municipalities. So that's why I'm saying there is a direct link between the two. And then we can always look at it to say, how do we then strengthen it more? But it shouldn't be that we become binary about it, because then it can create a problem, Chair. So that's what I think we need to look at. Chair, from a consequence management, if you look at the HDA, we've got a proper file. We've had the discussion with our AG where they looked at it and said that we want to see your processes in terms of consequence management. And then we can show you, Chair, that consequence management from our angle has been something that we've been looking at, and then I don't think that we will be found wanting that as the HDA, where there is a need for consequence management, we have not done the consequence management. On the issue of the HDA losing work on the basis of the on the basis of the departments, provincial departments taking work. I think that's an Achilles tendon that all of us should be worried about, Chair. I am also worried about it because now I'm sitting with engineers and then I've got PR engineers that are sitting there that I said to them, if I give you billable hours, I don't think that you are giving me back what I pay you. And then from a billable hour, when I look at that, I realize, Chair, that we've got the capacity to do more. And then unfortunately, some of the departments will withdraw work in the middle of the project. And we're sitting with that now, Chair, for example, in the Eastern Cape, where we will have a lot of litigation because they just withdrew work and then some of the service providers were on the ground, they've been doing work, and then they were actually overperforming. So we're sitting with a situation where we've got no reason legally to have terminated their contracts. And then once they start claiming back that money, claiming the time spent and then the waiting time and all of that, is going to create a problem for the human settlement as a whole department, not only the HDA as an entity. So I think that issue needs to be relooked at. The chair raised it also with the minister when we had our strategy session, and I think it's an issue that needs to be put high up there in the discussions so that it can be discussed as to how do we use the HDA, which is the entity of the human settlement. Part of the challenge that we're sitting with is that we've got now new entrants, we've got IDT that are coming in, we've got KUHA that are coming in, and then they've got their own mandate. If you look at the IDT, for example, it's got its own mandate in terms of where it has to perform because it's working with the Department of Public Works. But there are some of the departments that have contracted them. And then in exclusion of the HTA, which is an entity of the human settlement. So I think those are the issues that at the policy level, the Honorable Minister and the DG will look at. But from our side, we've seen that, and then we see it as a policy gap that we need to close at some point, Chair. But I think those are the issues, Chair. Specifically, I will not re-emphasize, I don't know how much, the issue of the clean audits to say that audit as a governance tool is a very critical one. And then I think we need to be maybe more guarded on it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Abad, are you fine?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Mpiti.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And thank you to the HDA for their presentation. I think perhaps what I can say is also to just join you as well as colleagues to welcome and appreciate the clean audit by the HDA. It is not something that comes easy, and I think when it does come, we must acknowledge it and give attention to it appropriately. With that being said, I just only have one question, which is pretty much related to the proclamation that was signed by the president about 5 months ago, regarding the SIU investigating the HDA and a number of provinces. I would just like to hear what is the view of the HDA on that particular investigation, and any idea or comments that they could perhaps give us, because I think that proclamation was around investigation of procurement as it related to HDA and provincial housing human settlements departments in the provinces. And so, to just perhaps hear a comment as to that particular investigation and for us to understand what would signal that part of the investigation, and as the HDA at a national level, what issues and problems are they seeing? Because there clearly are issues, and we need to be honest about that there are issues very much related to procurement, the lack of competitive bidding, and to a certain extent, a mafia that exists within the HDA that I think we cannot deny, and we need to be honest about it. And so I think I would appreciate a reflection on that, and what is the mitigating interventions since that have been put in place? And of course, the report is not out, but surely there are mitigating interactions or interventions that one can start to put together now, looking at those particular allegations. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members. The issue of SIU, I think the CEO and the team probably they will talk to that in relation to the administrative part of the SIU expectations. As the board, we have not yet met with the SIU. They have not yet made an appointment with us to say we are here, other than what we are seeing in the media. But probably maybe from the administrative point of view, they might have initiated some ground rules in terms of how are they going to work. But as a board, we have not met with them, and we don't know exactly coming from their own mouth, other than the media reports, which is a fact. There is a proclamation, but the details there too, and how they want to proceed, whether they will do it on faces and issue reports from time to time. And we're not yet sure, other than to say that we are fully behind that proclamation in terms of cooperation and supporting the work that they will be doing with us. CEO, I don't know if there's any other correspondence on the administrative level between the HDA administratively and the SIU in terms of their set rules, how they intend to, but they have not yet made an appointment with the board to announce their visit and how they will want to undertake the proclamation. Because if you can look at it, it's a proclamation that stretches far back and up to this year. Obviously, I will imagine probably they might want to do it on faces and bring out the reports and do it in faces, bring out reports, because if they were to do it, I don't know, I'm not very privy in terms of their capacity, that how long will it take to finalize, because it looks like it's a lot and lots of work, which is a worrying factor, of course, because it does have some reputational risk, whether it is true or not, but out there in the public, and especially now that we want to join with the private sector to do some work, that becomes a stigma. So the sooner we cooperate and assist them to achieve what they want to achieve in a short space of time, if it's possible, the better for the organization. So the clean audit is there, but the SIU is there. So you cannot divorce the negativity that SIU proclamation will have in terms of the confidence out there. But so far we are very passive in terms of commenting further, because we don't know the exact details coming from them. But what we have said to the Honorable Minister as well is that as soon as that happens, we will share that information. But our duty is to support that process and make sure that they do their job and they do it effectively in order for them to produce a report on that regard. CEO?
Start with the issue of there's a mafia, and then we all know about it. Chair, as the accounting officer of the HDA, I can safely put it on record that I do not know of the mafia operating within the HDA. I am not denying that there's a mafia. I am not acknowledging that I do not know as the accounting officer. But let me tell you what I know, Chairperson, about the issues of land and what is that in 2022, when I started at the HDA, just shortly after I started, the former minister wrote to us and asked us to give the list of all the land parcels that were purchased from 2016, I think, to 2022 at that time. All the land parcels that were purchased. That is why if you look at the list that is there, Chairperson, you will see that some of the land parcels that were purchased were the land parcels that were purchased even where the HDA was not even party to them. But because we are a repository of of the land as our mandate demands. We also know all the land parcels that were purchased, and then we keep record of that. So to the extent that we keep the record of that, Chair, all those land parcels we then gave the list to the Honorable Minister and said, Honorable Minister, here is the list. And then when you look at that list, all the land parcels that are there in that list that was given to us, Chairperson, the annexure that has the land parcels is exactly the land parcels that we had given to the Honorable Minister to say this were the land that were purchased. So to that extent, I do not know what the SIU is going to look at in terms of those land parcels. I've had one meeting with them. In that one meeting, all they asked from me was that they want to know our standard operating procedure in terms of how we buy land, and then we've given them that. Then they asked for all the land parcels. They are 101, Chair. Those land parcels that they are looking at, 101. They asked us to give them all the 101 land parcels in terms of the files, and that is what we are compiling per province, and we are giving them. You'll see that Limpopo is not in those land parcels. It's not part of those because it was not one of those land parcels that the report that we had given to the minister. So those are the land parcels that we are giving to them. That is why the value comes to around 3.1 billion. I think that's what it is. But I can also tell you, Chair, what the HDA under the current management has done to make sure that the issues of land, we can look at them. We obviously, our standard operating procedures, Chair, says that for us to determine a price, we must have 3 independent valuers doing the evaluation. And then the price of the land that we buy must be within the valuations of those 3 valuers. But over and above that, I implemented something else, Chair, the investment committee. And the investment committee, which as the CEO, I'm the chair of. What we then look at there in terms of the investment committee is to make sure that all those land parcels, when a person brings them, we want to look at what is this land for, what is it going to be used for, what is inside that land. We even went to the extent of appointing an internal valuer as the HDA, so that the valuer can also go and see if they say the land is got services. We are also going to see the services. We also look at our own valuer. So technically what we have is now that we've got 3 independent valuers, and then we've got our internal valuer who also does over and above to do the valuation. He doesn't have veto powers, but when the evaluators, I've called the evaluators in to say your valuation, explain to us how you went through your valuation, because this is how we've gone through our valuation, and your valuation is higher than what we have as the value. What I can tell you, Chair, is that we have had this discussion with the AG now, where they took a sample of the land parcels that we have purchased, and then they called an independent valuer to come and look at those land parcels. We've got a report that comes from the AG now that says that the value of the land parcels that were bought are in line with what the market demands, and then what the market is for. So I can only talk to what we have done as this new management team when we came in on the issues of land. But the previous issues that are being investigated, you will appreciate that those are legacy issues that start from 2016. But I can just tell you that how they came about was that the Honorable Minister asked us to say, give me all the list, and we gave the Honorable Minister the list. Some of those land parcels are actually, the HDA was actually not involved in them. There are a lot of them that the HDA was not even involved, that are part of that, because we are compiling all the land parcels that are purchased for human settlement, so that we've got a single view of what are the land parcels that government owns for human settlement basis. So that is where we are, Chair. But I thought when the honorable member raised to say that there's mafia, and then we all know, I thought, hey, I should not be quiet about it when I don't know, because I'm the accounting officer. It will be that I was in the meeting, it is on record that I was there, and then by being quiet, it means I acknowledge that there's mafia. I do not know of the mafia with operating within the HDA, Chair, as the accounting officer. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Mpiti, are you fine?
Thank you, Chair. So essentially, just to give clarity that when the proclamation was done, those were one of the issues that were mentioned in terms of why the SIU was investigating the billions of rands that it is being alleged that has been siphoned out of HDA and the provinces. So, in essence, that is what is known based on that proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I think I would say, Chair, because even from the committee side, we initiated a discussion with SIU. We were supposed to have a meeting, but because of parliamentary program, we had to postpone that meeting. Maybe even from your side, so that you know what is happening with your organization. Initiate a discussion with the SIU, invite them to a meeting to come and brief you about this investigation, because they can't continue with the investigation when the accounting authority is not aware of what they are investigating. That would be my advice, because even from the portfolio committee side, we said we initiated a discussion and we invited them to come. Unfortunately, we had to postpone the meeting so that they brief us about what they are investigating, and in fact, to brief us about the proclamation and how will they run the process. So if you don't mind, as a board, from a board level, you can as well do that. DG, HDA, they say their life is threatened. I'm not sure whether at your level with the minister, are there discussions to make sure that HDA plays a role in assisting the human settlement portfolio? DJ? You are not
directed that. Hello?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, now we can hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chair. I was saying that indeed, Honorable Chairperson, we can confirm that the discussions are ongoing, and the Minister directed that we pay focus to getting the HDA to indeed be the developer of choice, and that as part of the instruments at our disposal, including the grant frameworks, that we be in a position to really grant the HDA ring-fenced funding with provinces on key specific projects, including blocked projects and related aspects, as well as the issue of land and land acquisition, that we be able to be there. In order for us to achieve that, two processes have begun. We have asked the HDA to, in fact, indicate to us the fullness of their register in terms of the land on hand and in their register that they are having now, and what is it earmarked for, and what are the plans in the pipeline for that land. That's the first part. The second part, Chair, is that we have begun conversations also with the National Treasury around the funding model of the HDA. And we have also asked that the HDA prepare a proposal around its own funding arrangements. And they have had 2 rounds of discussions with us. And following those rounds, we have also agreed on a follow-up engagement post the inputs that we have made. We want to conclude, we have set ourselves the target of concluding all the discussions internally by end of October, and to then engage with the Treasury further around the proposals on the table. We have agreed that we would, subject to the approval of the Minister, take the proposals to the Treasury jointly with the HDA and engage on that front. So yes, indeed, work is happening. We will, at the next engagement of the HODs with the DG in the technical min-mac, look at the funding instruments that we can employ, and also take a resolution, or we national are proposing to provinces that resolution. We have seen that other provinces like the Western Cape have been working exceptionally well with the HDA, and where the HDA had been employed to assist in unblocking projects, also both on the informal settlement part of things, but also on the formal human settlements development programs. We have seen that there has been greater coherence and cooperation, and also in provinces like Northwest, we have also seen similar. We have had only challenges as far as we see on a greater extent in provinces like the Eastern Cape, but we are working on that, and I think we are now closer to a solution, and even on Monday, there will be a follow-up engagement between the HDA and the Eastern Cape under our tutelage to ensure that the matters are resolved. Finally, Chair, I think with all of this, there are choices we've got to make strategically because we have seen that largely provinces have been only given the HDA work where they themselves have already failed. But we think that such a reactive matter already hands over a poison chalice to the HDA. We need a much more proactive mechanism of ensuring that allocation of work and across provinces is such that the HDA can position itself very well to be responsive. For instance, on the key priorities of the minister, such as smart houses, eradication thereof, and blocked projects, as well as the issue of removal of asbestos. We see that the HDA has been doing an exceptional work in provinces like Limpopo, where their removal of asbestos has been even much more effective than other agencies of government like the DBSA. And we are now trying to replicate the same right across provinces and to encourage provinces that on the ring-fenced money or percentages in the grant framework around asbestos removal, that we proactively engage the HDA as a agency of choice for us, established, of course, by law, by parliament, for exactly this purpose to aid our cause in the execution of our mandate. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you very much. We still congratulate you. I think in terms of the AG's report, the CFO has been able to submit correct AFSs that don't have misstatement. The CEO as an accounting officer has been able to drive the organization. The chairperson, together with the board as accounting authority, have been able to do their effective fiduciary duty. That is why together we can say we have achieved this clean audit. The department also, they have delegated a person on behalf of the DG to do oversight. The minister and deputy minister are also doing oversight, meeting with chairpersons sometimes and other stakeholders. There's a regular meeting of chairpersons, I think, with the minister as a way of making sure that there's effective oversight. So if all entities are able to do that, work together, this is the results that you deliver. Thanks very much. Chairperson, you are parting words.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlement. We just want to really appreciate the relationship that is prevailing within the sector from the ministry, the DG, the executive of HDA and the ordinary staff in the HDA, the Portfolio Committee, of course, and we hope if this can be replicated or extended to the provinces and to the metro, so that we all understand that it is not about personality, it's not about anything else, but it's about our own people who are looking upon us as government entities and government functionaries to deliver basic and constitutional issues like housing or human settlement. And we believe that if we take everything out and remain with the focus of making sure that our people, they benefit out of, the transformation in their life by trusting and to some of us as entities of government. And we really appreciate that. And we will continue, Chairperson, to seek your leadership and support in enabling this transformation through policy, fiscal and institutional levers. And we believe that with the targeted policy alignment, Honorable Chairperson, and predictable fiscal instruments, and the improve, of course, I will emphasize the improve intergovernmental coordination. The HDA can deliver more efficiently and strategically to fulfill the promise of dignified housing for all people in South Africa, especially those that are in need. And we really, really want to appreciate your reception, Honorable Chairperson and the committee, and your advices that you have given to us. We have taken them, we have taken the notes of all the advices coming from members, and we will continue to make sure that when we meet, such advices are responded to. If there is a policy gap, we will report the same, Honorable Chairperson. And we want to thank you very much, and we stand ready to be advised going forward. Where we are, Chairperson, as the board and the executive, we are at a very critical and very important phase, because we have done everything of mopping out what were the problems in the past. But to maintain this clean audit and to maintain this kind of performance, now, we need to practicalize everything to make sure that even an ordinary person feel and believe that HDA is the right entity to can assist in changing their lives. It's a very critical stage. We cannot falter, we cannot go backwards by all means, but at the same time, we need to begin through what the DG has said to make sure that when we discuss the funding models and all the other opportunities, we must not be doing that in silos as provinces and wanting to, to frustrate each other. We must all bring everything into one pot and say, how best can we assist each other? And with your guidance and your committee, Chairperson, we believe we can achieve more. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. We are here as a portfolio committee to assist you and make sure that you succeed in whatever you do. Honorable members, let's step off from the report of HDA and get into the report of CSOS. CSOS has not received a clean audit. They've received an unqualified with matters of emphasis. I know that the board of CSOS was not stable at some stage, but of late the minister has made sure that it is stabilized. The minister has appointed additional board members to make sure that there is a quorum in CSOS. We might be meeting with you for the first time as a board. Let me check who's the board chairperson of CSOS.
I think it's Ms. Nzo, Chair.
Ms. Nzo. Ms. Nzo, are you available?
Yes, available, Chair. Can you see me on the screen?
Yes. Are you the chairperson?
Yes, correct, Chairperson.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
We are now in your hands. You can introduce board members that form part of your delegation, and give us your opening remarks and present your annual report. If it's presented by you, if you are delegating somebody also, you'll guide us. We are in your hands.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon to you, to the members of the Portfolio Committee, chairpersons of entities that are here with us, deputy chairpersons, to the DG of the department, DDGs, and all senior staff, the staff from the Minister's Office, Secretariat. Good afternoon, everyone. Chairperson, it is a pleasure for us as this board of CSOS to come to you and to this committee this morning to present our annual performance report. While preferably we would have preferred for the first meeting to meet in person, but we understand the circumstances, and however we accept that the way that things are happening at the moment is because the situation dictates so. And before I continue with my opening remarks, I would like to give an opportunity to my board members to introduce themselves. And whilst they are doing that, if they can show their faces, I'm going to be calling on their names so that they can come on board. And whilst doing that as well, they can also indicate the committees that they serve on. But maybe as a precursor to that, Chair, let me just indicate that perhaps, when you are so used to your own circumstances in your own universe, you tend to assume that people know. We have got the following committees: the Audit and Risk Committee, the Finance Committee, which we call FinCom, the Human Resources and Remunerations Committee, which we call HRMCO, Social and Ethics Committee, Governance Committee, Legislation, Adjudication and Transformation Committee, which we call LATCOM. So maybe members would then use the short names so that you can understand which committees we're referring to. I'm going to ask the Deputy Chair, Mayor Dumakute, to introduce herself. Mayor Dumakute?
Fidgeting with my screen so that I can be seen. Good afternoon, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Chairperson of CSOS. I will like to continue on the protocol that has been observed. My name is Marina Dumagute. I am the Deputy Chairperson of CSOS, and I am a member of the following committees. I'm the Chairperson of Governance, a member of Audit and Risk, a member of LATCOM, and a member of Social and Ethics. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Letzia?
Thank you very much, Chair. It seems my camera is failing me here. Apologies, Chair. I don't know what's happening with my camera. I hope the Portfolio Committee will bear with me. I'm trying to put it on, but it's those times when with that apology, Chair of the Portfolio Committee and Chair of CSOS, I really want to apologize that you can't see me because of this technology that is failing me. But my name is Mapefo Litsie, a board member of CSOS, and I am the chair of HRMCO, a member of the Social and Ethics Committee, and a member of the Governance Committee. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Meletia. Muten?
Afternoon, Chair, and members of the Portfolio Committee and Chairperson of the CSOS Board and colleagues. My name is Karen Muthen. I'm a board member of CSOS and Chairperson of the Finance Committee. And I also serve on the Legislation, Adjudication and Transformation Committees, Social and Ethics Committee, and the Governance Committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Karen. Mr. April?
Good afternoon, Chairperson of the Board. Good afternoon, Chair of the Portfolio Committee. My name is Heinrich April. I am the self-appointed Deputy Chair of CSOS. I serve as the Chair of Social and Ethics. I serve on REMCO. I serve on ARC, and I serve on Governance. I also will take a rider on all of the protocols that Chair Businzo has taken. And thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Chairperson, you would have noted at the beginning of the meeting when there were apologies that were tendered, there were two committee members, board members that could not join us today, Mr. Zungu and Ms. Lerato Muamuahwa. Sorry, apologies for that. Perhaps, Chair, what I need to do is I would imagine that in the last portfolio committee meeting that you would have had, you would have dealt with our previous acting chief ombud, Ms. Kidiboni Petla. And I'm saying previous, Chair, because I want to introduce to you the current acting chief ombud. And Chair, this is not as a result of just coming in and shaking the hornet's nest, but it is according to the policy of the organization that Ms. Petla's term had come to an end. And as a board, we evaluated the decision that we were about to make, and we felt that it was still prudent that we could still take that decision to have a new acting chief ombud, but also, Chair, not to create a situation as we come in on board where we taint with the current policy of the organization. And therefore, we took this decision knowing that we still have the support of Ms. Petla as the outgoing acting chief ombud, Chair. So Mr. Lesiba Sishoka will introduce himself just before he does a presentation. And we're also accompanied by our acting CFO, which is Mr. Masa Ntlongwana. Chair, the timing and circumstances of this portfolio committee couldn't have come at a better time. As we have just started, I think we started on the 1st of August as this new board, and we have had an opportunity to engage with the minister. We have had an opportunity to engage, of course, with the entity, and you appreciate that in our early days, as we craft our plan going forward, we are able to meet with the portfolio committee, which is a very important stakeholder in how this unit or this Department of Human Settlements is formed and is governed. And I think also, Chair, with the fact that we came today with the two other entities that are actually at the extreme end of their performance or the audit outcomes. And I think finding ourselves in the middle, we have had, we are learning a lot. We have seen how it is to be at the bottom, and we do see how it is to be at the top. And having found ourselves in the middle, Chair, I'd like to give the committee the comfort that the aim of this board is to ensure that there is improvement in our performance, and that there is a change in the space that we are operating in. Chair, just over 2 months ago, and as I said, that the board started then being functional as a fully functional and cooperating board, we've covered a bit of ground, which includes a lot of learning for us, taking stock of the status quo and understanding the challenges, Chair, and appreciating the good achievements that the entity has achieved. And Chair, I don't want to take up a lot of the time of the portfolio committee, but some of the things I need to say just to illustrate to you how this board has actually come on board and taken their work seriously. Chair, we have identified a number of challenges. And I think in the main, the challenge that we have is the vacant positions, which the minister has not been evasive about. She's been very direct with us that these positions need to be filled. And to that effect, the relevant committee has started looking at the job descriptions of the vacant positions, which is namely the chief ombud, the CFO. Chief ombud is equivalent to a CEO in other entities. Apologies. The adjudicator general, which is key in the core of what the entity should be doing. The chief risk officer or the executive for risk management, and the company secretary. One of the other challenges, Chair, is the delays in the processes of dispute resolutions. But as we present our report, Chair, and probably while we engage, we will be able to respond to some of the issues that we've taken appreciation of as a board. The economic viability, which in other words is a concern around the entity as a going concern. It is a concern to us, Chair. However, I think as we respond to the queries and as we present the annual report, we will somehow demonstrate and maybe give comfort to the committee as well. The history of irregular expenditure is a challenge. Consequence management or lack thereof is also a challenge, and the low uptake on the transformation, Chair. However, we also do acknowledge that there are wins with the organization where we found it, in that there's increased awareness of the entity. The change in the audit outcome itself is a win for us. Yes, it is not the ideal, but we are committed to making sure that there is a difference in our time. The strides that the entity has taken in the digitization of its work, and Chair will appreciate that in the universe of where things are, it's very important for organizations to digitize, and especially for us in line with the kind of work that we do. So, Chair, as I'm saying, we do recognize the urgency of filling vacant positions so that we can bring stability to the entity. We do also recognize the amount of effort that is required to change the current market perception, especially to those that we are supposedly to be servicing, Chair. While there may be reasons, granted or not, but the board views this as a matter of a great concern, which should be that can and they will be addressed, Chair, urgently. And that being the core of our business, it really needs a great effort. Chair, what the board has done so far since we started, Chair, is that we have met, and as indicated with the introductions, we have formulated the committees of the board. Largely, this is based on skills, expertise, and the experience of the board members. We do also recognize that we are a small board. We are 7 members of the board. And as such, we do need other skills and expertise, which we are looking into to reinforce our committees. Our first set of meetings have taken place, and in those meetings, largely, they were not the calendar meetings because of the time that we came in, but we took those meetings just to appreciate and understand the history of what has been going on, especially during the vacuum where there wasn't a curating board. So we've taken stock of where things are, and we have commended management for the way that they have conducted themselves and the results that we have seen as a result of them having worked together as a team. We have also had our strategic session in the past few days, and in that we have discussed and resolved that we will be formulating turnaround strategies or plans to address some of the challenges that we have. And Chair, just not to take more of the time of the committee, as much as I'm saying that we have, that I've mentioned everything that we have done and that we've considered as priorities as this board, but we believe that we have grasped many of the challenges that the entity has, and that we are ready and have them on our radar to address them, Chair, and see them to resolve. And I think at this point, Chair, I'm going to hand over to our Acting Chief Ombud and the Acting Chief Financial Officer to take us through the presentation, Chair. Thank you. Mr. Shoka?
Sure. Now, can you move again? Am I audible now?
Yes, you are audible.
All right. Yeah, thank you so much, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee and Chairperson of the Board, as well as honorable members of the committee. Just a sec. Thank you so much for the time. Are you able to see me that side?
Yes, we can see you in data shock.
All right, thank you so much. Thanks, Chair. And I think the Chair of our board has actually, in a way, summed up some of the issues that we present, some of the challenges that we have, and it requested that I should introduce myself in the beginning. My name is Lesiwa Sishoka. My substantive position is the position of Executive for Corporate Service, which is a position that I occupied in the past 5 years of me being at the CSOS, and I'm currently the Acting Chief Ombud. So I'm now going to take you through the presentation. Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, this slide summarizes or provides an executive overview of our performance. Obviously, our overall performance against the APP, as we report now, is actually at 86%, which is an increase of 3% compared to the 2023-2024 financial year, where the entity had achieved 83% of its annual target. And Chairperson, maybe before I even proceed to the next one, I must say that we are sharing this with the CFO. So I'm sure you may be seeing there something saying Masasugwana and Klungwan is our CFO, so we are together. So the second issue is around the whole idea of scheme registration, Chairperson. We are required by law the community schemes in the country. And during the year under review, we actually registered about 2,448 schemes, which brings the total number of our schemes universe to 37,613. And obviously, we see this as a big win for us. But there's always been uncertainty in terms of the number of schemes that are there in the country, with various entities providing different numbers. And obviously, that's why, as the CSOS, we have now gone into what is called a scheme validation and verification project to try and see if we are able to register the entire universe as required by law. Thirdly, Chairperson, 72% of the community schemes that were registered, we were able to support them to be compliant, which also reflects an improvement from the prior year of a 3% increase. And I think, Chairperson, the chair of the board has alluded already to the whole idea of dispute resolution. My apologies for that. On the issue of dispute resolution, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, a total number of 16,791 annual applications for dispute resolution were received during the 24-25 financial year. And we processed together with the 2023 backlog those numbers. So obviously, out of those disputes, about 15,438 disputes were assessed within 30 days as required by our APP, while 3,499 were conciliated within 45 days as required, and 3,520 were adjudicated within 90 days. Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, this is actually what the chair alluded to, is the elephant in the room for us, in that it's where our biggest struggle is, and this lies at the core of what we are required to do. And maybe to kind of try and give you a bit of a background as how we actually ended with the backlogs and the challenges and all the social media attacks that you see around the issue of dispute resolution. It is because, Chairperson, we are required as the CSOS, in terms of the CSOS Act, to recruit part-time adjudicators to be part of our panel. And we are required, in terms of CSOS Act, to recruit those people following a recruitment process, because the CSOS Act says that these people are regarded by our Act as employees. However, in the past 2 years, we had a challenge with the AG, who said to us, as the Audit General, that listen, we are giving you findings on this because you can't recruit these part-time adjudicators using a recruitment process. You are required to follow an SEN process. That's what led to all the challenges that we have now of trying so hard to go through an SEM process to recruit the part-time adjudicators. And we find ourselves now with a smaller panel of adjudicators, and the process is ongoing to try and increase that. And we are quite confident, Chairperson, that if we are successful in the process that we are undergoing, we should be able to get rid of the huge backlog that we have to ensure that we are able to properly do what we are required to do by law. And the next issue, Chairperson, that we want to highlight is the issue of the CSOS brand. A couple of years ago, two committees before this one, two board committees before this one, that board had a massive task to ensure that we are able to have a full advocacy plan so that the CSOS is known, because one of the challenges at the time was that neither our stakeholders, which are people who live in schemes, nor the trustees, nor anybody in the country knew what the CSOS was about. So through that, we were required to produce an advocacy plan, to implement, to go to the market and see who we are. And we've done that quite successfully, Chairperson, with an achievement of 100% on the advocacy plan that we implemented. The other elephant in the room, Chairperson, is the issue of the vacancy rate, which has been recorded at 20% now, which actually constitute a 1% decrease as compared to the 2023-24 financial year, which was 21.4%, Chairperson. So obviously there are reasons to this, and the number of reasons involved here. The first is that when we advertise the positions, obviously a lot of internal employees do apply to move forward, and quite often they become successful. So even though we try as much as possible to address the issue of vacancy rate, it's actually a backward and forward process. But also, I mean, we have a small number of people that also leave us as the CSOS to go for greener pastures, and that also impact on the issue of the vacancy rate. So it's something that we are looking for within the available resources. And currently we have set up a target to reduce this vacancy rate by at least 10%, looking at the amount of budget that we have and that we are able to cater for. On the issue of economic viability, I think the chairperson has already made an input as well on this, that this is something that we are closely looking at, given the fact that although the CSOS Act provides that part of the money that we utilize must come from the fiscals, but 2 years ago, we sat down with Treasury and we agreed that they can terminate the funding for the CSOS to allow the CSOS to be a self-sustaining organization. In the process, we have seen a number of challenges with the challenges that are faced by the schemes, where the schemes are not able to, some are not able to pay, some have got teething difficulties in terms of collection, which talks to the number of disputes that we have around the issue of levy collection. Chairperson, if you look at this slide, it talks about the 2 financial years in terms of performance. You will notice that as we have presented in the last slide, that we have had an increase of 3% from 83% in the 2023-24 financial years to 86% in the 24-25 financial year. This is actually an improvement for us. However, we continue to beat ourselves with a stick, because we believe that until we are able to resolve the whole issue of dispute resolution, which is at the core of our mandate, it will be useless for us to achieve any other thing but that issue. Chairperson, in this slide, we are giving you an indication of our performance over the past MTF from 2020 to 2025. As you will see that in 2020-21, we're sitting at 60%. In 21-22, we moved to 82%. In 22-23, we moved to 71%, down from 82. In 23-24, 83, and now at 86. So we are quite confident, Chairperson, that this is an organization that can sustain this performance. It could do even far better. As you correctly indicated previously, when the HDA presented that it's 95%, but you still need 5%. And I'm saying the same, that we are at 86%. Where is the 14%? And we believe that we can achieve that by improving our dispute resolution process. Chairperson, I would like to apologize on this slide, Chairperson, because when we submitted this slide on the 1.4.1 on the issue of unqualified audit opinion with material findings, we had put the color there as red. But given the fact that we have moved from a qualified audit to an unqualified audit opinion with material findings, we put it in amber to say that we are making strides towards attaining a clean audit. And we are quite confident that we will obtain a clean audit, Chairperson. And I think the CFO will expand on this. But I must say that even where we have had challenges, we are quite excited to say that we have not had findings on procurement, which says to us that the issues that are haunting our audit are issues that are important. However, they are not as material as the issues that we often are reported on procurement. But as I correctly say, the CFO will expand on that to indicate what are the areas that are wanting us so far. Chairperson, that is that in respect of the unqualified audit that I wanted to just make an input. Now, as we move forward, maybe I should pass this as this has been achieved, but maybe just say that obviously in terms of the issue of the CSOS levy collected, the CSOS levy billed and so on, we have set our target of 470,303,770 as a number, an actual number of the CSOS levy billed. But we actually overachieved that in terms of the billing by 41,170,000 as indicated in that slide. We were also able to overachieve, Chairperson, on the issue of the total annual CSOS procurement spend targeted at business owned by women. And we believe that we are on the right track, Chairperson, in respect of this, because this has been quite a challenge for us in the past years. As we move further, Chairperson, now we come to the issue of the percentage of annual procurement spend targeted at business owned by youth and persons with disability. Here, we have not achieved, and our target has been underachieved by 19.8%. And Chairperson, without really giving excuses, this has been a difficult one, and we have done a few things to intervene. Firstly, we had opened up and targeted youth organizations to come on board, as well as disabled people. But one of the things that we've realized is that we have a great number of youth and disabled people who misunderstand the procurement processes of the state. So for that, we actually went out of our way, Chairperson, to go to YIPA, which is a youth in property association, to go and present and say to them, this is how best you can do in order for you to get this kind of procurement through. And apart from that, Chairperson, we are also providing enterprise development training as an intervention for people with disabilities as well as youth. So we believe that the inroads that we are making, or these initiatives, will allow us to make greater inroads into ensuring that we are able to achieve this target, because as far as we are concerned, this is one of the significant areas that if we achieve, not only will it improve our overall achievement, but it also will have a big impact on the economy, because a significant portion of the people who live in this country are actually young people. Chairperson, the issue of presentation of registration of community schemes, that submitted valid schemes registration has also been achieved. And we have also overachieved by 2% the number of schemes that are compliant, which we are happy about. We have overachieved by 4%, Chairperson, the percentage of schemes, governance documentation, quality assured within 30 working days. And this is important, Chairperson, because we are required by our law to make sure that we quality assure the scheme documentation, because that's exactly what actually leads to conflict in the schemes. If the rules are not meeting the constitutional master, then there is a challenge for us, because then a whole lot of disputes come to say we are fighting over the rules because the rules are unconstitutional. So we are excited that we have overachieved this target to ensure that people can live harmoniously in the schemes without any challenges. Chairperson, the number of disputes adjudicated within 90 working days, like I have indicated before, this is the elephant in the room for us. This is something that I know very well that our board has come on board, is new, they're not impressed about. We are also not impressed about this issue, Chairperson, because it lies at the core of our mandate to resolve the disputes within 90 days. Because if you have got a dispute that is lying there for more than 90 days, it does create chaos in the schemes. And one of the challenges the people who live in schemes have, Chairperson, is that the courts are now driving them back to the CSOS to have their disputes resolved. And I think it was in Gauteng where the judge president said, if you bring any disputes to us, whether it is civil, whether it's any other dispute, it is going to take 4 years to have that dispute heard by the court. So the recommendation from the judge president was that people must revert back to mediation and adjudication, which is actually what we are about. So it's really very important. It's one of the areas I want to assure the portfolio committee that this is just one issue that is giving us sleepless nights and that we are working on. The number of education sessions, Chairperson, I will take that the presentation as read. We have also overachieved it by 22. We also have achieved in terms of the number of training sessions conducted for adjudicators as required by the CSOS Act. Chairperson, we have also overachieved on the stakeholder sessions that we are required to do by 9. And then we have achieved the 100% of the advocacy plan. Chairperson, through you, I would love to request that I now be allowed to hand over to our acting Chief Financial Officer to take you through the financials, Chairperson. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon to the Portfolio Committee members, and good afternoon to the CEOs of the sister entities, Chairperson of the CSOS, and the board members present. Thank you so much, Mr. Shoka. What we are presenting, Chair, and I think Mr. Sishoka has done justice in escalating the issue of the financial viability of the organization. Although, Chair, on this slide that we are presenting, we recorded a 10% increase of the total revenue collected for the financial year under review. We have noted a decline in terms of the revenue from CSOS levies, and this is because, Chair, we have not registered as much as we would have wanted to register. I'm comforted, Chair, that the interventions that we have in place as far as the scheme registrations will definitely see us through retaining or maintaining or restoring our financial sustainability going forward. We have looked at our trends, and then we have targeted our efforts in order to ensure that we increase the schemes levies that are paying to us. Chair, suffice to say that, as Mr. Shoka has said, that we do not receive a government grant anymore, despite Section 22(1) of the CSOS Act that defines or outlines the streams of revenue that we actually need to have in place. Also, Chair, I think in the previous session that we had, we have also reported the recovery of the VBS investment that was made in the 2019-2020 financial year, that we are hoping that we'll also get further payouts from that. So that's our revenue streams, Chair. As far as the program's performance, you will note, Chair, that we've actually significantly improved as far as the financial management of the CSOS is concerned. The 2.9 million that you see as a total that is in the negative, Chair, this relates specifically to the non-cash item, which is our depreciation. You will see this, Chair, as I present through the financial performance and the financial positions of the organization. Now, on this slide, Chair, I think enough has been said about the financial position of the organization. But to note that, Chair, our financial assets, our current assets rather, have decreased from 303 million in the previous financial year to 220. This is due, Chair, due to the depreciation that was written off, despite the fact that we have also capitalized some of the modules on our CSOS Connect. And I think, Chair, one of the highlights that we also want to make as far as our assets is concerned is that towards the end of the financial year, we have implemented the last module on the CSOS Connect that we've been implementing over the past few years. As far as the current assets is concerned, Chair, I would like to draw your attention to the decrease in our cash and cash equivalent from 270,000 million to 122 million. And this, Chair, is due to what we've already indicated in the current financial year or in the year under review, that we've paid over 103 million back to the fiscus. And I think this, Chair, has also contributed to the current financial position of the CSOS. And we are in discussion. In actual fact, when we were having strategic session with the board, this matter was also discussed to look at ways in which CSOS can actually retain some of the funds that we generate. As a self-funding organization, Chair, we felt that we could actually reinvest the funds that we generate back into the organization. Chair, without maybe not highlighting some of the issues that we actually having, we have seen a decrease, an increase rather, of 65 million from the schemes that are actually not paying us what they're supposed to be paying in Q4. Chair, in terms of our liabilities, we still struggle as far as the schemes, despite the interventions that we have in place of these unallocated levies. These are the payments that we receive from schemes that we are not able to allocate due to the incorrect reference letters and the schemes and the managing agents not providing to the CSOS the proof of payment and the levy schedule so that we're able to allocate this. I must also say, Chair, as I indicated, that we are implementing the last module on the CSOS Connect. One of the modules that we've already implemented is the payment module, which will see us get rid or reduce these unallocated levies, because as payments are made through the system, they will automatically be allocated. One other aspect, Chair, that we also seeing an increase in is because of the interventions that we have, looking at the low payment of levies, is the revenue received in advance. It has increased, Chair, by 25 million. So we have schemes that are actually also paying in advance some of the levies that they owe to the CSOS. I've already spoken about the 103 million that we paid in the previous financial year. Chair, this had a huge impact as far as the interest is concerned, and also contributed to the financial position of the organization. Now, Chair, as far as the financial performance is concerned, you will note that our biggest expenditure, Chair, is the employee cost. And there was an increase in the employee cost by 35 million. This is also due to the implementation of the salary increase and the labor award settlement that we actually had. Also, Chair, is the increase which I indicated earlier, is in the depreciation. But good to note, Chair, is the financial cost. The financial cost relates to the interest that was charged by SARS in the previous financial year. We have reduced that significantly by 261,000. You will see that this actually signifies the internal control improvements that we've implemented in the year under review. Now, our contracted services, Chair, has increased by 4.4 million. Now, this relates to the legal expenses, and a significant portion of that 4 million, Chair, relates to the labor matters that we had in the year under review. And I think that that has been also talked about when Mr. Shoka was talking about the vacancy rate. For some of these vacancies we had actually had to be resolved through labor relations. In terms of our general expenses, that has increased by 5.5 million. We have taken a stance as CSOS when we presented the 2026-2027 and the outer years budget. We have taken a stance to, to implement the measures that will see us reduce our general expenses in the wake of low schemes registration and in the wake of low revenue collection that we have noticed. Chair, this relates mainly to the advertising cost in the 2024-2025 financial year. Chair, we had to heed a call that was made by the DHS for us to host the second Indawa, which we actually had to find funds to, to be able to host that. Chair, good to notice at the bottom of the presentation is the improvement as far as the surplus and the deficit is concerned. In the 2023-2024, you will note that we have reported 275 million of deficit. And we managed through different interventions that I've already indicated to turn that around to 7.7 million surplus for the 24-25 financial year. And we'll continue to implement those checks. One of the interventions that we've done with, and we are going to intensify, is the cost containment strategy that has seen us turn, this deficit into a surplus in the current financial year. Chair, I think also the chairperson of the board has also indicated as far as the improvement that we have made as far as our audit is concerned. I am pleased, Chair, to announce that despite the fact that we had an unqualified audit opinion with material findings, which I will speak to, Chair, because it's very important that we indicate what are these material findings are that led us into this audit opinion. Quite important, Chair, is the table that you see, it's on my left, that actually display the improvement in quite a number of areas that we've actually had. Now, as far as the performance information, Chair, we've received a clean audit, and we only got unqualified on the financial statements and also on the consequence management. The Chair has spoken about the consequence management, and I think it's very important to note that, Chair, this shall improve as we deal with some of these matters in the current financial year. Now, you will note, Chair, that as far as the procurement and contract management, which is mainly in the SCM, that many organizations struggled with, we have got a clean audit on that, Chair, if I may use the word, because the audit opinion is not expressed on an area. But what it means is that we have found to have implemented both for the RFQ and the competitive bidding above board. Another improvement, Chair, that we have seen, it's also in both expenditure and revenue. These are the areas, if you recall, Chair, that in the 23-24 financial year has led to the qualification audit opinion that was issued to CSOS. So there is a significant improvement that we've made as far as the audit outcome is concerned. And I think, Chair, I must also thank the portfolio committee and as an oversight structure to the CSOS, because we had presented the audit remedial action plan for 23-24 financial year, which I will also quickly highlight the progress in that, but also not to forget the support that we got from the DHS, from the department as well, because we also presented this. So we were critiqued with the plans that we had, and these are the plans that have actually seen us turn around that audit opinion. And we do not take it for granted that, Chair, that the findings that have been made against the 24-25 as far as the annual financial statement is concerned and on the consequence management are on our radar. We shall make sure that they are resolved in the next financial year. Chair, if someone were to speak to you that CSOS obtained an audit, a qualified audit opinion with material findings, it will raise eyebrows. It may also mean that people might think that the way financial misconduct, financial mismanagement, or any sort of that. But if you look at what are these material misstatements, and by the way, Chairperson, these material findings have been resolved by the end of the financial year. It's more of a classification, and I don't want to sound like I'm downplaying the significance of this finding. It's more of classifications that AG has found not to be in order. I must also indicate, Chair, that some of these classifications have been very consistent within the previous financial year. And this is actually how we have treated the same transaction. But nonetheless, Chair, this is something that we've already corrected in the with these financials that we are also presenting. Chair, this is also a continuation of what AG has actually found from us. It's mainly classification, and it becomes material, Chair, because of the amounts that these line items are. For example, I've spoken about the transfer of the prior year surplus to the fiscus of 103 million. So once AG picks up such an amount, it's bound to be reported in your annual financial statement. And I must say, Chair, that in the current year, we've already, which I will share quickly, developed an audit remedial action plan that shall serve in all the structures within the CSOS, at the MenCo, at EXCO, at the board subcommittees, and also the board, to ensure that these findings are resolved and we turn around to a clean audit as well. Chair, the issue of the consequence management, and I think the Chair has indicated, and I must say, Chair, that management is very clear in terms of what needs to happen as far as this is concerned. Or maybe just to share with the committee that in some of these issues of irregular expenditure, Chair, if these are found to be within CSOS and made to be incurred by the employees, we immediately recover some of the money that would have caused the CSOS to incur this irregular expenditure and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. But the challenge that you see of the 46 cases of irregular expenditure are these some of the legacy issues that some of these employees are no longer with CSOS, and some of these documents could not be provided to the loss control committee to be able to deal with these matters. But I think it's also the time that he has taken CSOS to deal with some of these matters that the AG has actually raised. And we are right on track, Chair, to be able to address these findings. Chair, I've spoken about our procurement and contract management. It's pleasing to see, Chair, that in the current financial year, there were no audit limitations. And quite important to note, Chair, is that we actually do not have any material non-compliance as far as the procurement legislation is concerned, and we seem to have complied both for the competitive bidding and also for the quotation process. Chair, this is a summary. I will not go into detail, but I would like to highlight the progress that we've made in our audit remedial action plan for the 23-24 financial year. Mr. Shoga has spoken about the challenge that we're still facing for us to be still at 98%. It's because of the one finding that he has already alluded to in terms of the vacancy rate, which is still high at 20%, and that's what AG has actually indicated. So far, Chair, I must say that from the 23-24 findings, I think we had over 60 findings, 56 findings, and in the 24-25 financial year, Chair, you will note that that has reduced significantly by over 32%, and none of those are repeat findings, Chair. And on that, we've also achieved 63% of those findings, meaning that we have resolved 63% of those findings. So that means that, Chair, it's an indication that we are actually on the right way to resolve this finding. I will not spend much time on this, Chair. This is what I've already indicated in terms of the only finding that we are still dealing with that also overlapped into the 24-25 financial year that relates to the vacancy rate. And this is what I've already spoken about in terms of the progress that we've made on our audit remedial action plan for the financial year. A detailed one, Chair, which also identifies the risks
and the risks of those findings or the plans that we've actually made shall serve at different committees in the CSOS and also be submitted to the DHS. And that is the end of the presentation. Chairperson of the board, thank you so much.
Through you, Chair, may I?
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Chair. That is the presentation of the CSOS, and we would like the Portfolio Committee to note the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Poole, Honorable, followed by Honorable PT. Honorable Poole.
Thank you, Chair. Let me first welcome the presentation by CSOS, and congratulate them with the improve on the audit outcome. The Auditor General's report said they were honest and careful with the money, and they did 94 of the things they planned to, even better than 83% of the previous year. They still have a few problems and of their computer systems. And yes, there's a few key challenges they struggle with: persistent ICT and legacy data management issues slowing system migration, need for legislative review of CSOS Act to address overlaps with other housing entities, and then a rising number of complex disputes linked to levy defaults, fraudulent trustees, and poor governance in schemes, delays in municipal cooperation regarding levy enforcement. Brings me to my questions, Chair, on digital transformation and service delivery. While CSOS has launched its new online dispute resolution system, many schemes, especially in rural or under-resourced areas, still struggle to access digital services. What measures are being implemented to ensure equitable access and that digital transformation does not exclude vulnerable homeowners or small community schemes? Second, on governance and enforcement, the report highlights persistent governance failures and fraud in community schemes. What concrete steps is CSOS taking to strengthen enforcement and accountability among scheme executives and trustees? And how is it collaborating with law enforcement to address financial misconduct and levy abuse in these communities? Three, my last one on legislative intervention. CSOS indicates that its current mandate overlaps with that of entities like the NHBRC, HDA, and municipalities. Can the acting CEO clarify what specific legislative amendments CSOS will propose to eliminate duplication, and what role the committee will play in driving this process across the human settlements portfolio? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Poole, for those questions. I am going to hand over to our acting chief ombuds and CFO to respond to those issues, but I'd also like to encourage our board members as well, if there are any inputs from their side, in as far as how we have discussed certain issues so far, if they are not captured in the management's responses. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. So Chairperson, there has been a few issues that you raised, and I'm glad that you have picked up on the issue of the Auditor General that said that we were, as the CSOS, very honest in terms of our money, which is not our money, but the money that belongs to people who live in schemes that are paying us levies, that are expecting that we are going to deliver on our mandate. So you have raised a few issues around the issue of ICT system integration, Chairperson. As the CSOS, we have worked extremely hard to ensure that digitally we are allowing people who live in schemes or all the stakeholders to have easy access to our dispute resolution systems. And for that, we have come up with a system called CSOS Connect, where you can go onto your cell phone or whatever laptop you have to access and be able to lodge your dispute. So that's the first. The second is that we have integrated as well a new system on the CSOS Connect, a module that deals with schemes registration, so that the schemes no longer have to fill manually a lot of papers to submit to us, but they can, on the click of a button, make the necessary submissions. Chairperson, you are talking about the significant challenges that are faced by people who live in schemes, the stakeholders generally, about levy default, fraudulent, transaction in schemes. It's really a very big headache. And I'll tell you, Chairperson, how this headache manifests itself. So when a new scheme is formed and the developer is just finalized, the few people who buy into the scheme form what is called the body corporates. And once a body corporate is formed and the number of people in the scheme increases, they call an annual general meeting to appoint trustees. And trustees are voluntary. In bigger schemes, trustees are able to appoint a managing agent who is like a CEO of the scheme. But in smaller schemes, the schemes rely on trustees who do voluntary work. And that is where the biggest challenges come, because a lot of fraud happens there and the volunteers quickly leave. And the schemes have got a problem to either chase the trustees who were there or chase the managing agent who was there. Now, the managing agents are regulated not by us, which I think it talks to the issue of the jurisdiction issue that we spoke about between us and other entities of human settlements. So the managing agents are regulated by the PPRA. And when there is that kind of challenge, it means that between ourselves and the PPRA, we must have a discussion about a particular managing agent who need to be followed up and disciplined by the PPRA. So that's what has been happening. When we have got this kind of challenges, we follow up. But quite often, there is also a challenge, Chairperson, amongst the people that live in schemes in terms of participation in the processes of the schemes. People who live in schemes, by and large, are busy professionals who see no need for them to participate in meetings of the schemes, which then opens up a vacuum where people who are volunteers in terms of trustees can do as they wish. And this is why part of our mandate is to provide the necessary training to people who live in schemes, but to also provide the training to trustees in terms of what their fiduciary duties are and what is it that they can do. We are continuing with that, and as you have seen in the report, we are doing good work in that regard to reduce fraud by really highlighting it to the schemes that if they are not careful, there will be massive fraudulent activities. But we have seen that a significant portion of the disputes that we receive are financial disputes. So people come and say, We've got levy challenges. The schemes are not able to maintain themselves, and we're put under pressure, and we have to resolve that. And that's why, as a priority, we prioritize the number of disputes relating to levy issues so that the schemes are able to be sustainable. And that also speaks to the issue of levy default that is happening in schemes. Now, on the issue of legislative amendments, Chairperson, you will notice that our Act does not give us the necessary teeth to be able to bite those people who are not prepared to be compliant with the law. For instance, if a scheme is errant, it's not sending its rules to us for us to check whether those rules are democratic in terms of meeting the constitutional master, one, but also in terms of whether or not the rules were approved by the annual general meeting, which was correct. And two, whether the schemes are not compliant in relation to the issue of paying the levies up over to CSOS as required by law. The law says that we have to work with the NPA, we must work with the South African police to make sure that we deal with those issues. So the route followed by our law is a criminal route. But our view is that the law must allow us to also follow a civil route, to be able to claim back the levies that are required to be paid to us where managing agents or trustees have collected but ran away with those monies. So that is one of the significant challenges and shortfall in our CSOS Act. We are already working with the department. We've put this matter on the calendar. We have done the necessary work, paid work, to make sure that we are able to change the legislation to allow us to enforce. Chairperson, you spoke about the issue of access into digital platforms by allowing small schemes that do not have money and so on. I'm sure you will concur with me, Chairperson, that there are very few people, if any, that do not have cell phones in today as well, especially in the country. So once you have a cell phone that is up to standard, you should be able to access our digital platforms and be able to either lodge your dispute or to register your scheme. So we do have a situation where we follow up on poor schemes. As I speak to you, just a week ago, we were at a scheme called Bonella in KwaZulu-Natal, which is regarded as one of the poorest schemes. But if you go there, you'll find that almost everyone has got access to cell phone. They're able to interact with us digitally. Chairperson, on the issue of fraud in schemes, this is massive. And I want to expand and say it is massive in the sense that you have situations in which people understand, they read the law thoroughly. So they know that once a court of law is involved, the CSOS lacks jurisdiction to intervene. And this is why in some schemes you have managing agents that go out and say, you have not paid your levies, we want to sell your house. And they know that once they are in court, we no longer have got jurisdiction over the issue. So part of the amendments that we want to make is to get the necessary powers for us to deal with all issues that have got to do with schemes up to the end. At the moment, the CSOS Act provides only two issues. Two issues. It says that in terms of Section 57(2), that, for example, if you are not happy with the outcome of the dispute resolution process, you can appeal it only on a question of law. So if there's no question of law, you can't appeal. The second is that it's outside the CSOS Act. It's in relation to the review process, which is actually, in terms of administrative law as enshrined in the Constitution relating to just administrative action in Section 33, as read with the promotion of administrative justice, to say that if you are not happy with the process or procedure or anything related to that, you can make a review application in the High Court. We feel very strongly that it is quite costly to go on an appeal process. number one. Number two, it's quite costly for scheme people to actually review in terms of budget. And that's why one of our proposed amendments is to try and see if we can formalize the issue of an internal dispute resolution mechanism within the scheme. Two, but also to say that at the CSOS, maybe we must also have an internal appeal process so that poor people who live in schemes don't have to spend so much money. Chairperson, I have attempted to deal with all the issues you raised. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honorable Paul, are you fine?
Fine.
Thank you. Honorable Mpiti?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Yeah, so just a number of points. I'd also like to, because I just feel like the issue around the ICT infrastructure systems is not clear to me. Because the last that we heard from this particular issue was that there was a probe around the 117 million infrastructure ICT situation. So what is the update with that? Was that ICT system eventually concluded? So what is the actual update? And I would like a historical explanation on that that dates back to the time that I'm speaking, because it is an issue that continues to persist. And even though we can welcome the, I think it's 87% response rate to dispute resolutions, which I'm happy about, but I must also say that the majority of issues or matters that I receive as a member of parliament are primarily from CSOS. There's not a day that I do not get an issue that relates to CSOS. So I would just like to appeal to the board as well to please be responsive, because I send those particular issues, on a weekly basis. And Sis Kholiso, who's our secretary of the committee, can agree with that, to say that there are some issues that I've sent to CSOS that have still not received a response. And while I was listening to the response to Honorable Poole's questions, I was going through my email to look at some of the cases that I had forwarded that date back since last year, some of the cases that have simply just not received a response. And I think that really is not something that is a way to do things. I'm happy to forward those issues again, but it's just a thing that colleagues must be aware about. I just want to know also from the board in terms of the chief ombud. I mean, there's been, it's been quite a revolving door in that particular office. What is the board's assessment around? I think we all know what happened to the previous chief ombud, but I mean, what is the crisis there? Because I think since the establishment of CSOS, there's just been such a high turnover in that particular office. So what is the board's view on that particular issue? I also want to come back to the recent court judgment around the short-term letting or leasing of community schemes and the impact thereof on those who decide to be involved in terms of renting out their units, etc., in those community schemes. And now with this new judgment, what is the position of CSOS in regards to that? Because it seems that the court has just said that they must be regulated, and here I speak to Airbnbs and the like. So what is the response to that? And what is the position of CSOS in regards to that judgment? And then also in regards to the findings from the AG around consequence management, can you please be given examples of how that has been done? Which investigations have taken place, which investigations are in process, so that we can really have assurity that indeed when you come back to present to this particular parliamentary committee, this won't be an issue. How do we know that? Who indeed has faced consequence management? Because from what we see, it might not be a huge amount, but there is irregular expenditure. It might not be as high as other entities, but I do think it's something that one needs to be aware of. Yeah, and then I would just say that I think CSOS is a very important entity, Chairperson, and I did the other day hear an advert of theirs on radio, so I thought that was good as well to be able to hear something like that. But I do think, from a policy point of view, there's a lot of work that needs to be done in terms of legislation. And I do think at this point in time, I would appeal to the board to maybe look at legislation as well, because I think there's still a lot of, limited. I think CSOS is still very much limited in terms of its work. And I think that in turn can hamstring a lot of what it wants to do. And that's just from my own personal vantage point. Thank you very much, Jim.
Thank you, Honorable Mpiti. Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Member Mpiti for those questions and comments. I think before I hand over to management to respond to some of the issues, perhaps maybe I should respond to the issue of issues that have been forwarded to CSOS that Member Mpiti has received in his capacity as a Member of Parliament. I think it's good to know as this board, and we were not aware. I was not aware. I'm sure the rest of the board were not aware as well. But perhaps going forward, we need to craft a process where and how these are going to be processed going forward. And obviously, we're going to go back to management to ask on these and take the process from there. We are, as this board, also very concerned about issues that are raised by the same people that we're supposed to be serving. My board members would tell you how sometimes we get worried about what we read on social media and the comments that are coming from people, let alone the fact that, and some are willing to come as they are because they really mean, or they do feel that CSOS is not doing their part. We tend to excuse those that are coming as anonymous, but who would also not detail their issues. So we accept that there will be those outliers. In as far as we've taken also the point that we need to look into the legislation. We in the next set of committees, as I said, in the previous committees, we were looking at what had been done more than we could take actions, because the horses had already bolted to that extent because it was outside of the quota that it was supposed to be reported on. So there was not much that we could do as a board except to receive the information and see how best we can then move going forward in resolving some of the issues that were raised there. In as far as the consequence management, I'm going to let the CFO respond to that. But what I am aware of, some of the issues that are as a result of irregular expenditure refer to a period before this board, and I think even before the previous board, where and unfortunately, when someone has left the organization, not much can be done to that person. But as part of addressing those issues, I know that there is going to be an establishment or an enhancement of a loss control committee that is going to be looking at those issues. Coming to the chief ombud and the revolving door and the board's view on that, I'm going to also encourage my board members to contribute there if they can. But what we understand, as an example, in even the previous period of the previous board, when we asked on the filling of the position of the chief ombud, even what was presented in terms of the expectations or the job description or the requirements of the chief ombud, I think there were disagreements there because the board itself received two different job descriptions or requirements for a chief ombud, and it is at this point that the current board is sitting and discussing those requirements. We have, to the extent that we have asked management to go and do a benchmarking exercise in terms of a requirements of an ombud, so that we can be sure that we are doing the things to the point and we are advertising as per the requirements that need to be met. So if at this point, we do appreciate also the comment from Member Mpiti on the importance of CSOS as an organization, and according to the mandate that we have to achieve. Yes, we appreciate what you have just indicated to us in terms of the advert that you had on the radio, and we do believe that the marketing and communications division of the entity has really done a good job. Hence, I think in his presentation, the acting CFO did indicate that we feel that much has been done on the marketing and communications, and perhaps at this time, especially when we start as this board, we need to maybe put in abeyance what we have done in terms of doing more on marketing and comms, and actually looking at the return on investment of what we have put in as far as that is concerned. Acting Chief Ombud and Datis Shoka, if you can then respond to all the other issues that I haven't responded to, namely the 117 million on infrastructure, whether that installation is finalized, and maybe giving a background of what Datem Mpiti had raised. Yes, and also on the recent court judgment, if you can just respond to those issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much, through you, Chairperson, and thanks to the Chair of the Board and to Honorable Mpiti for the questions. Let me start by dealing with the issue of the 117 million ICT systems infrastructure. Chairperson, this refers to what I've alluded to before, which is actually the CSOS Connect, where we now have a dispute model, we have got the registration model, we have got modules to enable our stakeholders to register online. Obviously, there was a bit of challenges that we faced in the beginning when the 117 million project was started. And that was basically in the press. It was in the press, it dealt with the fact that there was an ICT manager who was appointed through a formal process, but then that ICT manager, even before he had started, started formally with us, he was already in the bid process, in the bid committee. That matter was investigated by the previous board, and you know, it was found that there were challenges in that process. But as that board was in preparation to deal with the issue of consequence management to the particular individuals, one resigned and the other actually did not resign but retired. So that matter then came to a conclusion in that way. However, I must hasten to indicate that that project went very well. It has been concluded. The systems are working very well so far, and we are continuing to test them as we speak to see that if there are any other teething problems that we need to sort out. But we are doing very well on that, and it's just one of those projects that you would love to have a system that is working properly, where people no longer have to use papers to submit their documents. So we are happy with that process, and we are happy that we moved far further from the challenges that we had in the beginning. And now there is an issue that the Honorable Peter raised around that not a day that passes without him receiving any complaint about the CSOS. And we want to acknowledge that. We know that we have got that challenge precisely because of the backlog in disputes that we have. And that's why we're working across the clock now with the new board to make sure that we put in place mechanisms to conclude the backlog and march forward with zero disputes. We are quite confident that if we resolve this issue, we won't have any other challenge online, on social media and others. And I always give this example to say that you live in a scheme and you've got massive issues, maybe say around, which is some of the behavioral issues that come when a person says, my neighbor sits on the veranda and smokes his dagga, and I don't like the smoke. And then the other neighbor says, yeah, well, I smoke the dagga on my veranda, but you also braai your meat every weekend, and I don't eat meat. Those are some of the challenges that people face, and they want those challenges to be resolved like yesterday. And if we are going to take 3 years to resolve that, which one may think, oh, it's a small dispute. It's a bigger dispute because someone believes that, well, from a religious perspective, that dagga is a problem, or that traditional medicine called Mpeku is a problem that you are banning. And the other says, but I also don't eat meat. They need someone to resolve that dispute. And if that dispute takes 3 years, you will then have social media problems where people go all over to say, I lodge a dispute, but why is it not resolved? So that's why I think in the chair of the board's presentation and in my presentation, we are emphasizing the importance of us getting over these dispute issues as soon as possible. And I know that our new board has pressed us hard to make sure that we resolve this, and we shall resolve this. So many of the questions that we have received so far from Parliament were through the department, and we have done our best to actually respond to the questions. We have put in place and appointed a complaints manager to assist us in resolving this, to coordinate all the queries that we have. And we have increased the number of people that we've employed in our call center to deal with these complaints and challenges that are coming either telephonically or in print. So rest assured, Honorable Mpiti, through you, Chair, that these issues, in no time when we come meet with you, you'd hear of a different CSOS. Now, there's an issue that came out of the courts that related to the issues of the BNB. This is not a new issue. This issue actually started, if I remember, at the blight, where the the developers allowed people to buy into that place. So they bought into it, they created some kind of a lagoon. And after creating that lagoon, then the people who bought that, they bought there with the intention to rent out those houses because it's a lagoon, it's a nice place and so on. And once they started renting, those that bought those houses to live in them started saying, there's a big noise, there are noises around, and so we want to discourage the renting out. It has to be regulated. And then a meeting of the body corporate was called by the trustees, but that meeting was not correct. But they then pushed out the resolution to say no more renting. We're no longer allowing renting anyway. And we then later learned that the developer actually's intention was to develop a new hotel at some place so that as these people are no longer renting and so on, this could happen. But at that time, that matter was adjudicated by us as the CSOS. And in our decision, we said, we're not supporting that decision that was made by the body corporate because they were not correct. You need to be correct first and then have the majority to make such a decision. And such a decision has to be in the rules. And if it's supported by over 75% of the residents and it's in the rules, then you can actually make such a decision. So if you look at the recent decision, it actually supports our position to say that any decision that has to be made that wants to limit the Airbnbs, it's not a problematic decision, but it's a decision that must be supported by a majority decision of the people who live in the schemes, as well as to be put in the rules. If you have done that, then you have satisfied us. Now, you also made reference to the issue of consequence management, which I believe that the CFO will expand. But I think it's important to state here that we have had a number of consequence management at CSOS. I mean, we have two officials in ACM that were taken through a disciplinary hearing because of misconduct and were dismissed. And we continue to have. We had the last investigation that took place was the Gobodo investigation that we have also taken consequence management. Obviously, some of the consequence management that are being referenced, I think the CFO will deal with. I mean, for example, there was the whole issue of the part-time adjudicators where it was not out of anyone's doing. It was because it was prescribed by the AG to us that you need to follow a particular process to recruit your part-time adjudicators. We followed it, but a different team from the Auditor General came the following year and said, this is not the correct process, and therefore this whole money that is spent here is irregular. It's a historical thing. It has happened, I think, about 5 years ago, but the CFO may want to expand on that. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Chair. Through you, and maybe just allow me to maybe address the question from Honorable Beat to you, Chair. So what AG is saying to us, there are two things. One is that you take too long to finalize these matters. And then we know we have taken long. The other issue is that you are not finalizing on some of these investigations on this irregular expenditure. And over and above the example that has been given by Mr. Stroker, I'll give just one example that was quite significant. In 2021, when we moved into the head office, AG came in And then they found that the procurement of this head office was irregular, simply because the award was made to the landlord, who actually had given a mandate to the agent to bid on his behalf. And the matter was investigated. There is actually a report on that. And then you'll recall maybe in the previous briefing that this matter was actually in court, where when we wanted to terminate the contract, the landlord himself went to court, and the court, you know the court process took way too long. And at the end, we actually had to implement consequence management. And part of it, the position of the senior manager in legal services, who was actually the one was drafting the contract and awarding the contract to the landlord, was taken through a disciplinary process and has since actually been dismissed. It's not a nice thing, but this is just to demonstrate the effort that we make and that we take when things like this happen. The issue of the part-time adjudicators, it's Mrs. Shuka has spoken about it, and other issues as well. So those are the things that AGI actually are saying to us. But I think where we are lacking, in all fairness, I wouldn't be doing justice if I do not also indicate this, is also the delays which would now since expedite the process to appoint the independent loss control committee members, so that they can deal with these matters, and they deal with them, timelessly, and most importantly, in line with the framework that requires us to deal with these matters as they are identified within a prescribed period. And it's simply because on the issue of the LCC committee members, that their term is expired. But we struggled, in all fairness, to have the committee sitting because independent members will not, correlate at some point and have other engagement. And we had planned meetings in advance, but due to other commitment, they were not able to sit and deal with it. So this is what AG is saying, and as I'm saying that we've expedited the process of advertising and appointing these LCC members, but definitely it's something that is within our radar in our audit remedial action plan. So those are the few examples that I wanted to provide to you, Chairperson, of the consequence management that we've dealt with. And also the issue of irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. In the main, these are, missed flights, or if you are away on business, we hire you a car and there's damages in the car, irrespective, automatically we issue that acknowledgement to employees and we deduct this money on a prescribed term, prescribed by the policy as well, to say how long you can. And we are making progress in that. In actual fact, only a few that actually will go to investigations where there are disputes by the employees that will be dealt with in this current financial year. But thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mpiti, are you fine?
Yes, Chair, thank you.
Maybe before I go to Honorable Abada, Chairperson of the board, are you saying you are waiting for staff to give you requirements for the post of Chief Ombuds?
Chairperson, we have been given the specifications or job descriptions, but we have found issues between those, and we have tasked the executives to go and find and to resolve some of the issues in those specifications.
Why is that process not led by HREMCO?
It is led by HREMCO, but there's certain things that we cannot do as the committee of the board or as a board itself. We need to then task management to find certain information for us. But we are leading the process, yes.
Okay. Honorable Abada.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to the department for the presentation. Can you hear me, Chair? Chair,
Yes, I
can you
can.
hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
I think I must speak a little louder, eh? Okay, I
Yeah.
just want to say thank you to for the presentation. My questions, internal governance challenges and repeated findings from the Auditor General point to weak accountability. What steps are being taken to clean up internal governance and prevent the same failures year after year? My second question, with 16,791 new dispute cases and thousands carried over from previous years, what concrete steps are being taken to prevent CSOS from becoming a permanent graveyard of unresolved disputes instead of a trusted resolution body? And my last question, why has compliance stagnated at 72%, leaving nearly a third of registered community schemes outside proper governance? And what consequences exist for those schemes that remain non-compliant year after year? My recommendations to the department, establish clear performance targets with strict time frames or dispute resolution and publish them quarterly for transparency. Ring-fence levy income strictly for service delivery and ensure an external audit of how these funds are spent. Reform governance structures by bringing in independent experts and community representatives to strengthen oversight and rebuild trust. And finally, my comments. The CSOS is rapidly becoming a levy collection machine rather than a service delivery entity. Communities are losing faith in this institution because promises of swift, fair dispute resolution have not materialized, and governance failures within the CSOS show that it is struggling with the very accountability it is meant to enforce in community schemes. And again, I just want to say, we're not here to fight, we're here to fix, and we're here to bring dignity to our people. So let's work together and let's, wherever we are coming short, let's bring it up and let's get better at what we're doing. And we just want human settlements to be, the best at what we do, and that is bringing humanity and dignity to our people. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me? I had just lost signal for a while. I think there's an issue with electricity in the area. I have heard, I think most of the questions I have heard from Member Abada. And I'm going to hand over to management to respond specifically to the first questions around governance lapses within the entity.
Thank you, Chair. And through you. Over and above the audit remedial action plan that we develop and monitor on a monthly basis, quarterly basis up to to the end. What we do is that part of the action plan is to improve our internal controls to make sure that similar they actually do not occur. And how we do that, we formalize that Chair, by updating our either the standard operating procedures. If it's a policy issue, we will correct it through policies. And if you were to look at the matters that we were qualified on in 23-24 financial year, some of them needed us really to beef up our policies and the processes internally and monthly processes that we do as far as revenue is concerned. So So at the heart of it is that we strive to make sure that whatever that has actually been identified by AG, we do not find ourselves having repeat findings. And I think if we're to share the detailed management report, you will see that most of these, in actual fact, the findings that were identified by AG are basically new findings, which we have taken a decision that we review our policies so that we even address those issues that could potentially come in. Because even in one of the paragraph by AG, where they were commending us for turning things around, and they made a comment to say, it seems CSOS has focused mainly on the issues that were raised and they neglected the other part, which is not necessarily the case. But what it meant is that we need also to look much broader in terms of our control environment, in terms of our internal controls, to make sure that we actually do not have same repeat findings going forward. But I think this is a process, Chair, that we embark on in order to make sure that we do not have similar repeating findings. Thank you so much, Chair. Let me give it to Mr. Stroke. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Chair. Honorable Abada, we agree with Chair. We agree with on the issues that she's raising, and we don't see the questions as an attack on us. We see them as working together with the portfolio committee to build the CSOS, and we welcome those. We welcome the feeling. We also feel the same that. And I think we've expressed it, the chairperson has expressed it in the introduction. I also expressed it to say, if we fail on this bid resolution and we continue to fail, then we will become a useless entity, and we don't want that. And that's why we have put in place a number of interventions. And one of the key interventions that we put is to fast track the recruitment of new part-time adjudicators. And we want to fast track it and ensure that we are able to employ at least over 100 new adjudicators so that we can deal with the numbers that you've mentioned of 16,791 disputes that are new and about 600 that are a backlog. Now, the issue here is that we want to resolve these disputes like yesterday, and we are putting in place ways in which we will resolve it. But these numbers did not just happen. We just did not have 16,900 people coming. These numbers happened because the CSOS was not a well-known organization, so we had fewer disputes that were brought to us. We had about 6,000 per year in the past 3-4 years. And that number has tripled simply because we went to market and we said, this is the CSOS, and we are able to resolve your disputes. And the courts are also saying, don't come to us, go to the CSOS, you've got a dispute in your community and that dispute can be resolved. So we are seeing this increase in the number, but we were not able to get new numbers of adjudicators because of the change of process prescribed by the AG, the Auditor General. So that's where we are, and that's why we are emphasizing that we are dealing with this issue, and we are happy to walk the road with you as the portfolio committee to make sure that you are also able to ask us difficult questions when we come back and say, but the last time you said this, now where are you? So we are working together. It's a partnership, and we see it that way. Obviously, on the issue of non-compliant schemes, that we have 72% of schemes that are compliant, and we have the rest that are non-compliant. There's a bit of difficulty, and I think this difficulty was raised earlier by, if I'm not wrong, Honorable Mpiti, it was around, it's actually around the issue of legislative, or it was on Honorable Pool, it's around the issue of legislative amendments. Until we are able to amend the Act to say that we need the necessary teeth to be able to do things on our own without enrolling the service of the NPA and the police. At the moment, we all know that the police and the NPA are overwhelmed by a lot of issues in the country, the crime situation, and a whole lot of corruption in society, that they are overwhelmed. And then when you approach them around a scheme that is not complying, it takes time for them to deal with it, because in their view, well, we hear you, but we have got major issues that we are dealing with. So with the amendments of the legislation, we're quite confident that we should be in a position to deal with this thing on our own. But we have not sat down and said, we are waiting for the legislation to change, and therefore we'll be able to deal. We have put in place what we call the V&V project, which is actually the scheme's verification and validation process, where we have appointed a number of service providers to go across the schemes to check if the schemes are compliant, if they are registered, and to make sure that if they are not compliant, they get to be compliant, and if they are not registered, they get to be registered. So those are the concrete steps that we have taken, and we are quite confident that in a couple of months, when we come back to this committee, Honorable Abada, you'll be saying to us, you are a much more improved service now. We can see that the number of complaints on social media has decreased. We can see that the number of disputes that you are having has also decreased drastically. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. And that was the last member to ask questions. I'm moving towards closing the item and closing the meeting. Chairperson, do you have some parting words on your side? What do you promise us?
Chairperson, to you and the rest of the portfolio committee members, first, let me appreciate the opportunity that you have given us to come and present this report to you, and also indicate that we have taken into consideration, and very seriously so, the issues that were raised today from the members of the committee. And as I said at the beginning, that the timing was great for us, and I think it gives us an opportunity as we move forward and changing the situation around. We have an appreciation of the issues that are really very serious and need to be resolved. And we want to promise you that as this board, we are on top of the issues. We will be putting measures in place to measure the outputs of the efforts and energy that we'll be putting into it. And we want to come next year, this time, to come with a clean audit to the committee. I know it's an ambitious undertaking, but that is where the energy of this board is, and where we have set ourselves that in our time things need to change, and we will put everything and every muscle we have that we see this changing around. And I think, as I said, the stabilization of the entity by filling in the vacant positions is going to go a long way into addressing some of the issues that we have, and more so also on the adjudication part. And I mean, when I had a moment with the acting Chief Ombud and acting CFO, I did suggest to them a way that we could go about procuring the services of the external dispute resolving mechanisms, And I made an example about one of the other entities that are within the human settlements, which I am encouraging them to go and have a chat with and understand how they work. And more so for us, because in our dispute resolution process, we do not have to get any external person or even the people that have a dispute, so to speak. We can sit with the dispute and resolve them within the prescripts of what our legislation and our act is giving us and the powers that it gives us. And so we should not be having the kind of issues that we have. That is the undertaking that I am giving to the portfolio committee on behalf of my board, and also considering that we will need the support of the portfolio committee and the department equally. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. Long live the Chair.
Long live.
Thank you very much, Chair. I see a member of the board, April, says he can't raise his hand. Did you want to say something, Mr. April?
Thank you, Chairperson. No, I was covered by my chair of the board when she was addressing the issue of the revolving door. That seems to be an issue, but I'm fully covered. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody from AG South Africa? Yes, Mr. Mashuru.
Yes, Chair. I'm still here.
Do you have anything to say, or are you fine?
No, we are fine from our side, Chair, but we also would like to express our gratitude on the opportunity which we were given also to be part of this meeting. And it is also encouraging that our recommendations are being taken seriously. And there's also plans to ensure that the entities are going to implement our recommendations. So which, even in some of the entities like PPRA, where even though the audit outcomes were not favorable, we did make a commitment with the audit committee to say, if it's possible, we can even do interim audit, where we can gauge them as to how far are they in terms of addressing their qualifications and most of their compliance paragraphs. So which, if they can take an advantage of that, it can also assist them a lot. And I also want to encourage the portfolio committee when it comes to oversight, to make sure, like, hopefully on a regular basis, they should follow up on the implementation of the audit action plan to ensure that hopefully when we come back next year during this time of the year, we should be having a different picture from what we have. We did also make commitments to our Auditor General in terms of the auditors, which we strongly believe that they can move from where they are to clean audit. And there's a number of those auditees from within this portfolio, which if we can work together, we believe that next year during this time of the year, we should be having a different picture on this one. Thanks, Honorable Chairperson, and thanks also to honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. We're really also looking forward to more engagements like this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think as a Portfolio Committee Chairperson, will be visiting you in a physical meeting with you and all members of the board, but our office will communicate with you. DG, do you have something to say before we close? If the DG is not there.
I am here, Chair.
Okay.
No, Chair, we just want to offer our appreciation to the Chair as well as to the committee and to also welcome the inputs made by the committee and the observations made, as well as, more importantly, the recommendations that are there. And we wish to assure the members of the committee that we take the criticisms, the guidance, the observations, as well as the critique very seriously, and we take it to heart, and that is what spurs us towards improvement year on year. And we also welcome Honorable Sabada's posture of a cooperative spirit in trying to clean up and in trying to address the deficiencies in the system so that the outcomes are improved. We also welcome the challenge as well as the guidance of the chair relative to the matters of how do we streamline processes to improve governance overall and audit outcomes. And we have also taken to heart the quest that where things have not been done properly, that a review be done, and where consequence management is necessary, that it should follow. And we also have welcomed the commitments by the board right across in making commitments to the committee, but also citing the department that we are adjoined in ensuring that we deliver on the expectations of the people of South Africa as represented by Parliament and the committee specifically. Thank you very much, Chairperson. We have taken notes and also the directives that the chair and resolutions that had been taken over the past 2 days. We have taken note thereof, and we will also await the chair's and the secretariat's direction in as far as the number of presentations and information that had been requested that we should provide to the committee, and where we have been, it has been indicated that we would need to appear before the committee to make such presentations. We would be eager to do so and to be on standby awaiting the chair's guidance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, DG. Thank you very much, Chairperson of CSOS and your board members, the acting ombuds, chief ombuds, and your colleagues, DG and DDGs, and your colleagues who have been with us for the past 2 days. Honorable members, it has been a long 2 days. I think we have achieved what we were supposed to achieve. The office will prepare a report which we will adjudicate on somewhere next week or a week after next, so that we can submit to Parliament. And then we debate it in Parliament and take resolutions. Thanks very much. Enjoy the rest of your day. Until we meet again next week, honorable members, when we will be in Northwest to do our oversight inspection in local. Thanks very much. Enjoy the rest of your day. The meeting stands adjourned.
Thank you.
Other members can leave. We remain with the sorry, Secretary. We remain with the members of the Portfolio Committee. Yes, Secretary, continue.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson. I would like to update the members on the preparations for the oversight visit to Northwest. Can I go on, Chair? Can I continue?
Continue, Secretary.
All right. Chair, I would love to inform the Chairperson and the committee that the oversight visit application was approved by the Office of the House Chair and the Chief Whip for members to attend, and the letters were sent to the Office of the Minister, Deputy Minister, and the DG, and also letters were sent to the chairperson of chairpersons in the Northwest and the chairperson of the committee was also copied, and the MEC and the HOD for Northwest. And then I communicated with the colleagues on those offices, and they confirmed the receipt of the letter, and they were also going to assist in arranging and making sure that the oversight is prepared well on time. Chairperson, on the screen is the draft program that we are busy with the colleagues from the from the department and the province, and also some of the municipalities that are going to be visited are also part of the preparatory committee that is sitting and looking at the places to be visited. Chairperson, I would like to also inform you that out of 10 members of the committee, 8 confirmed that are available to attend. Ms. Lamini and Mr. PT has pulled out. Member Abada will join us on Monday morning because she has an event that she's going to attend on a Sunday. So she will not be able to travel with us, but she will join us on a Monday morning. Chairperson, I'm not sure if I must go through the program. We are going to depart from various provinces to Kimberley, as per the advice from Meg Khakilwe, that if we sleep or if we use the Kimberley airport and sleep over in Kimberley, it would be better for us to get quicker to Christiana. So the meeting in Christiana will start at 9. So meaning that we'll need to leave at least by 7:30 from the hotel to travel 120 kilometers to Christiana. And also, Chairperson, I will share this program with members because it states the kilometers between the projects. And also, Chairperson, the original program that was shared with the colleagues was then worked out, and some of the projects that were part of this program were not part of the human settlements, and some of the projects were inactive, no activity, and some were completed. So we then discussed those, and those that were inactive were then we suggested that they must be replaced by the active ones. So here is the list, Chair. After lunch in Christiana, we will then visit the 4 projects. There are 6 projects in all, but because of the vastness of the province, we will not be able to go to all the projects. Because, Chair, if you can see on this, from one project to another is plus minus 200 Ks. So meaning that, but it's unfortunate that Ms. Khakilwe is not in the meeting now to assist. There is Skron, Stella, Span that were on the original program. And then there were others as well, but they also suggested the additional projects that are replacing the ones that are not active and those that are not human settlements projects. So meaning that there is 500 units in Bloemhof.
Secretary?
Hello, Chair.
Why don't you clean it with the whoever, and then we'll discuss the program when we meet in a Kimberley.
On Sunday night.
On Sunday night, yeah.
That we can do, Chair, no problem.
Okay. Okay.
So
It is
then I'm waiting for the I've given them the deadline for Friday to submit the presentation and also the project profiles, Chair.
okay.
We will also go and see the site for Mr. Mere on a Friday. And when we were in let me just quickly check. We'll also visit the house of Mr. Mere, Gaswe, when we were in Rustenburg area.
Okay.
And also that visit to Joslovo informal settlement for in responding to that petition, Chair.
All right. No, thanks. If there is a need to clean some of the things, clean them. Then on Sunday, we meet and finalize.
Noted, Chair.
Any other thing? Any other thing?
Chairperson?
Yes. Oh,
Chair, it's Casey, Chair.
Yes, Casey.
Okay, with regards to all financials have been updated. The security protocols are in place, and we have sufficient members deployed, and we are good to go, Chair. We're good to go.
All right. Thanks very much.
No problem, Chair.
Thank you. Can I close the meeting, Secretary?
Yes, Chair. You can close it now.
Yeah, I don't see any more hands. Thank you, honorable members. Office of the DG and Office of the Minister as represented. Thanks very much. Let's meet on Sunday in Kimberley. Thanks very much. Enjoy the rest of your day. The meeting stands adjourned.
Thank you, Chair. See you all on
Bye,
Monday.
Thank you, Chair.
Bye.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.